Oh my goodness. Oh me, oh my. Lights, camera, action. Dr. Bishop, it's on. Dr. Bishop, baby, is going to be on. The man done fired the lawyer. Yes, this is coverage. This is coverage by the minute. By the minute, the man done fired the lawyer. So we're gonna get a little bit of what's going on. This right here coverage would be from World News. We're gonna see what the heck is going on here. What's going on? What's going on? And what's going on? Mm, 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 mm. This the Kulu. Let's go.
Affirm that to yourself because we got some breaking news to get into. Some shit literally just dropped. King World still live on Instagram, and we're gonna go ahead and tune into that live coverage. But real quick, go ahead and like the video, subscribe up. Go ahead and drop a like, man. We should be at 100 likes by now, man. We have almost 200 people up in the first minute. Some shit's going. Like today was the day for the women, right? They even posted. They had a bunch of shit to say, which we're gonna get into as well. But when King World and yes, Miss Meat, the co-host, the original co-host, the elder Miss Meat is literally at the trial, looking 50 in his face, staring his ass down, or dust balls as she calls them, right? She made it there. A couple other people made it there. So shit's going down, and apparently he requested to fire his attorney, fire Mr. Booker, right? So we're gonna get to the reporting, and like I said, this is from live coverage from them actually in the actual thing. This is King World leaving the courtroom, like making this live right here. So let's get into it.
Cool, Lou. God damn, what my brother at? Cool, Lou. God damn, boy, this is crazy right here, man. I can't believe this shit right here. Damn, Zeke. This is bugged out right here, boy. Woo! You here down to earth. Down to earth, if you just got up in the building, Nature Boy done fired his attorney, and you can't bring your phone down to earth. You can't bring your phone. You can't bring your phone. So if you don't start walking already, I'm gonna have to put it in my car. Okay. I'm going up. Okay. All right. Yeah, they get ready to fry his ass. Meat going back up in there right now. I'm gonna go back in there in a minute. I told y'all about like I ain't even gotta be here. I already knew what it was, man. I told guys, what up, yo?
Yeah, you're there, right?
I see them Pumas. I see them. Yeah, I'm gonna get them all white. You ain't seen them yet?
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not. He just wanted lights, camera, action.
Man, they ain't no
not a smart move.
Shoes. Man, them motherfucking soccer and track, bro. Track, mainly like the Jamaicans. Yeah. That's why I fuck with it.
I mean, I do have Jamaicans in my family.
Yeah, that's all you know. It is what it is. Yeah, all right, bro. I had to say what's up to another Puma. All right. All right.
This would not be a smart move because he should have been done that from the get-go. He just prolonging. But it's different if you was prolonging the time and you was out of jail. You're prolonging the time, but you're still in jail. You still in jail, Ninja. It's going to affect the trial, baby, because they just like we tired of his sugar honey iced tea. They're gonna get tired of his sugar honey iced tea, right? Booker only could do what he could do because, again, he got to show that this ain't a cult, right? If this man take the trial, and as we seen today, right? That's what we waiting to hear from. But again, I'm calling, they're inside the court, so which means their phones are off, right? He was able to come outside and tell us what happened. Whenever this happens, no apologies, baby. I'm just saying. Because if you're going to be a cult leader, And them people see how you work, that may damage the shit out of him. It may damage the heck out of them. When he tries to trigger them and double talk and get them shaking and making them scared and stuff like that, because him being a lawyer, he is going to talk and double talk. But the difference is they're not in carbonation. So if you get them on that court stand, besides his flunkies, oh, I didn't even see that girl, but no problem, no problem, no problem. Right. I've never seen defendant. Oh, mid trap, baby. That's he's trying to, because this is his last act, right? If this is his last act, he want to go out in style, right? Remember, they are documenting this. He want to go out. If he goes out, he want to go out in style, right? Mm-mm-mm. Do they have to start over again? We will, baby, we're going to be finding out, right? We're going to be finding out. We're going to be finding out, right? Oh, my goodness. I don't know. All I know is lights, camera, action. He has fired Booker, and he is now his own lawyer, which he should have been in the beginning, but that may backfire on him. But he knew he didn't want to take the stand, so he figured I'd be my own lawyer. But it may look even worse for him because now he has to turn into Dr. Bishop. He knows how to talk in third party. But did he do this and did he do that? If the people see how the prosecution talks to them, and the minute Nature Boy talks to them and them people get scared or they start shaking up or they start showing him too much love and they might slip and go peek to the 3. So it would have been in his best interest, first of all, at this point, that's the devil, even though they might not be in carbonation no more. Them is still the devil and his spawns, right? Nature Boy trained them, right? So it's not Booker's fault that Nature Boy did not teach Booker his lingo, right? They at this point, all of them are smarter than Booker. All of them are smarter than Booker, right? All of them. Because Nature Boy trained them. He was too busy worried about the case that Nature Nut did not teach Booker his lingo. So he didn't know how to question them. And on top of that, it's hard to even question them because he's not supposed to be a cult. He's not supposed to be controlling. So Booker was he wasn't put in a good predicament. But again, he didn't know how to speak their lingo because all of them are smarter than him. All of them, they all smart. Nature Boy trained them. Nature Boy knew that you're not going to trip up True. At that point, True. But Aaron, you're not tripping Aaron up. Aaron do this in his sleep. Right? You're not going to do it. Did he not see all the videos? Did he not see all of them in action? Did Booker not see how all of them, when people was coming after them, did Booker not see how smart all of them are? Hey, just Mona Fufu would do better than his life. No, actually, everything Booker was doing was from Fufu. Remember, Fufu brought up the video. Fufu didn't know it was another video, right? Fufu didn't know about the confession that he made to the Popo, right? His confession. And they also kept telling him at all points in time, you don't have to talk. You could wait for a lawyer. Nature Boy still chose to talk. Fufu did not know that. You say, I hope he's out. I pray this ninja. right? And and somebody said, I don't know if they said it in the chat or they said it in a comment, but somebody said that in his confession, Nature Nut did say that she did say no, right? I'm going to play the confession later. I was going to play it now, but after this, woo, 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 sa, woo, sa, woo, sa, woo, sa. Booker couldn't because they was trying to go with it's not a cult. But you saying all my women, I mean, he not Nature Boy ain't gonna know what to do with it neither. What he gonna do? Because the minute he make them people too scared and start shaking, he's gonna show control over them, right? Or if he's talking to his own minions, if they're two, yeah, my chief, yeah, my three, right? Then they're going to see that he does have control. Either way, he's going to show he has control over them. That's not going to look good to the jury, right? It's not going to look good. And if they say something back to him, he's not going to have the lawyer there to say, shut up, right? He's not. Like, calm down. Once, remember that, you act, I don't know. I'm calling Nay. Nay is still in there. We will definitely get that. These testimonies was damaging, but he's not going. I mean, but also, he's not going on trial for them. But Kendra admitted that how she looked when she came out that room, that would support Janae. She came out shaking, put her head down. I don't know if you heard Kendra's testimony. So they were there, right? She said she was shaking when he took her in the room. And then she came out. She didn't say nothing. She was like out of it. Like out of it. And the next, so that would prove her mind state when it was all done. So that part will be about Nay, right? That part would be about Nay. Oh, you said that. I knew somebody said that. Thank you, baby. I didn't even hear that. They played the video of his interrogation yesterday where he said that the victim told him no. Right? So, again, he does have the right to represent himself. Again, this is his last hurrah. If he goes out, he say, I want to go out in style, right? I want to go out in style. If y'all going to have me, y'all going to do a documentary on me, I got to keep this going, right? Booker is someone like saying, thank you. I told you going on vacation right now. He's going on vacation right now, right?
That's what's up right there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Anytime I see somebody rocking the Pumas, man, I be getting at them like, yo, what up? Yo, what up? You know, y'all Nike niggas is deep out here, boy. Y'all Nike niggas deep. This the Puma game, man. You hear me? Yeah, everybody got a Nike on. Man, hey, Kulu. Boy, Nature Boy done fired his attorney. Nature Boy is going to represent himself in court. Yes. Now, as far as the Rule 22 that I signed, the judge will have to call me up for that. And I know she ain't even trying to fuck with that shit right now. I ain't trying to piss off no more.
Right. So this was just 20, 30 minutes ago, right? So whatever happened from then, I don't know what's going on, right? So we're going to tune back into the live coverage that should be on Instagram. But from 20 minutes ago, 34, man, about 20 to 30 to 40 minutes ago, he just requested to fire his attorney in court and try to represent himself. After King World heard that, he had to leave. He went live and broke the news, and that's why you see me up here, and that's why the title of the video is the way it is. Once we get more information about what's going on, right? Obviously, I'll edit my title, and we'll go ahead and get into that reporting. But yeah, he
Girl,
requested to fire his attorney.
Girl, here we go. We got it right here. He fired the attorney. Go ahead, let us know. Here go Nene, baby. Let's go.
Okay. Greetings. So I'm just gonna jump right in there. He did not file his attorney, although he threatened to. We all thought he was going to, but ultimately he did not file his attorney because the judge let him know that if he fired his attorney, he would have to represent himself pro se, and she highly recommended that he not do that. So he went in the back with his attorney, talked it over for a few minutes, and decided that he would stay. It was a big uproar because he created this big uproar. His first issue was that the judge tested positive for CVID.
The judge test what?
Tested positive for CVID.
What's that? Oh, never mind. 19.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that was his first issue. Secondly, he said that he wanted to fire the attorney because the attorney was not doing what he said to do. This was the nature boy that we are all too familiar with today. He was loud. He was full of ego, and ultimately trying his best to delay the trial, the conclusion of the trial. The judge said verbatim, "You are doing everything you can to avoid this trial continuing on, but you are not going to get away with it." She let him know that the trial will continue with him in lockup or with him in the courtroom. That was his choice.
Oh.
Yes, and then she had the bailiff take him to the back to lockup, to give him a chance to talk it over with his attorney and think about it. And that's when he decided to come back in, sit down, and shut up. But he was extremely intimidating, or trying to be intimidating, towards the main witness in this case.
Who was that?
Towards the Nay. He tried to be very intimidating towards her.
Like what?
Mean mugging her, staring her down, giving her the evil eye, even coming out from lockup literally with his chest poked out in that way that we're all used to. He was trying to scare her.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to say that it did not work. She sounded very strong on the stand, although
she got back on the stand?
Yes, because Booker called her back on the stand. His attempt was to make her answer for some of the conflicting statements that she gave to that other content creator. We all know.
Mm-hmm.
So he was wanting to question her, or began to question her rather, about conflicting statements she made with that content creator versus statements she testified to in court. However, the prosecution did a good job of objecting, and the judge agreed with the prosecutor on most of their objections. They did finally get to a point where the jury had to be escorted out so that Booger could state what his questions were to the judge to get her okay on whether or not those questions could be asked. So she ultimately did give her approval, the judge did, for 4 questions to be asked. However, we never got to it because the higher-ups in the court system decided that because the judge tested positive, that court would need to be suspended for the next 2 days. So court is out of session until Thursday.
What are the chances of that, right? What are the chances she get that, right? Give him 2 more days to
Right,
get some lies together, right?
right. I just witnessed a almost kerfuffle. First of all, there was a kerfuffle yesterday between a particular content creator
Mm-hmm.
and Jew
Mm-hmm.
and one of the other members.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there was a conversation yesterday that made its way all the way back to the judge's ears,
Ooh.
so that content creator is no longer allowed to physically attend the proceedings. Okay,
What about them two, the two ones that they get no consequences?
they get no consequences thus far. And what's worse is they then just when I left was leaving, they then began trolling that content creator's wife.
Ooh.
Real heavy. We had to ride the elevator down with those two, and the
Mm-mm.
whole time they're trolling and saying that we are all there in support of Mr. Bishop, and that we are in our lower selves. And it was very, very hard. I had to remember where I was because I wanted to throw a hand or two.
You was ready to throw some hands, Nay.
I promise you, being that close to that ninja really had me ready to throw up the throw these ones for real. I had to compose myself and remember that I enjoy my freedom.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So anyway, they are definitely trolling big time. It's a little surprising. There's some supporters that I believe are people who have been in the been supporters for a long time, but maybe we just didn't have a face. We had their voice. We heard them on various lives, but to have faces to put with these, veiled voices is very interesting. And what I mean is there are young people and old people that are legit caping for this dude. And it's disturbing.
Mm.
It is disturbing. So the news outlets are out here. I am going to be interviewed on Thursday.
All right, all right. You better. That's right, girl.
Yeah.
We proud of you. Make us happy, girl. Make us happy.
Yes, I plan on representing as well. And then I have some additional information that I'll talk to you about offline. But so all in all, Nature Boy was being himself today. There wasn't a lot of productiveness as far as the trial itself
But
goes.
when he did that outburst, it did, and then he showed the demon in him. What was the look on the juror's face? Do you think he sealed his fate when he did that?
No, unfortunately, the jury was not present.
Damn it.
Yeah, unfortunately. He did piss the judge off to the point of her having to raise her voice a couple of times. But that was my biggest regret was that the jury was not in the courtroom at the time.
Oh, they heard about it.
Yeah, the media. I'm sitting on the side. I'm sitting with the media. You count on me to get in where I sit in, right? So I'm sitting on the side with the rest.
All right, somebody said they missed that. What was his outburst? I know you said it already, but being that this is so juicy, you can walk them through that again.
Sure. So his outburst was twofold. Number one, that the judge tested positive for CBID, and so he didn't want to be in the courtroom. Now, mind you, he's masked, so is the judge. They're well more than 5 feet apart, but he announced to the courtroom, point blank period, you have CBID. Speaking even over his attorney to say that. Secondly, he said, I want to fire my attorney because he's not doing what I said to do. And the reason for this, what led up to this particular outburst, was that Booger was trying to get the case thrown out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why Booger was trying to get the case thrown out is because he tried to say that a county of venue was not stated. Now, I don't know if it works this way everywhere, but in Georgia, you have to, the attorneys have to get, specifically prosecutors have to get any witnesses testifying to acknowledge that a crime occurred in the county in which the courts are occurring. So, for instance, one of the testifying witnesses would need to verbally acknowledge that a crime was committed in DeKalb County. Okay? So the booger was trying to say that no one confirmed that the revenge porn happened in DeKalb County. Now, he was flat out wrong. I personally heard several witnesses testify that this occurred at the Arbor Chase address, which is in DeKalb County. So it was a Hail Mary that wasn't going to go anywhere, basically. So that was the first argument. Secondly, Booger tried to get the case thrown out because he tried to say that there was revenge on because no one verified that Nature Boy was the one to post those videos, nor did they indicate that the videos were posted after this scrape. Well, that also was not true. The prosecution was able to draw back to certain testimony from various witnesses that acknowledged that the ORN was posted at Nature Boy's direction, and that this occurred on March 27th, which is after the grade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the judge threw out the defense's Hail Marys to get the case thrown out. And so this is what led to Nature Boy's outbursts, because apparently there was something else that Nature Boy wanted Booger to say that he did not say. And so he then, stated point blank period to the judge on microphone, "You have CVIT, and I want to fire my attorney."
How did he know what? How would he know what the judge have?
So she had to disclose it.
Okay.
To the jury and to the prosecution and defense. So that's how he knew.
And then he said, okay, now explain what you mean when the judge say, if you do this, you after you represent, explain what she mean by that.
Okay, so when Nature Boy outburst that he wants to fire his attorney,
mm-hmm.
the judge said, "You are not going to be able to fire your attorney and hire a new one. No, we're not doing that. You can proceed with your attorney, or you can choose to represent yourself pro se. However, I highly, strongly recommend that you do not do that." Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So she said this very clearly, just as I just stated it. And yet, Nature Boy, for about 10 minutes, tied up the courtroom's time trying to act like he didn't understand, because he wanted to, he was adamant that he wanted to fire his attorney and he didn't want to be present in the judge.
Well, you're breaking up a little bit, our reporter. I'll try reporter Nene, the reporter. She just broke up, guys.
Proceedings.
Wait, you broke up on us. You broke up on us, baby. We didn't hear nothing for like 30 seconds.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, it's where I am in the city. But so the judge said you can absolutely go to lockup and not participate in these proceedings if you choose to, but the case is going to move on. So Nature Boy sounded like that's what he was going to do, that he was going to go to lockup. But then he asked the judge, am I going to be able to observe the trial from lockup? And she said, no, there's no cameras or anything back there. So
damn it. Right.
Yeah, you're either going to lock up or you're going to continue on and participate here.
Hold on for 1 second. Somebody take that comment out from G. Jameson. You cannot write that word. I don't even know if it's spelled right or whatever, but just somebody just take that out. If people, I know you coming in with questions, look up. When you ask a question, I post the answer on the screen. So I post the answer on the screen. This is live coverage. So we letting her speak live. I can't stop and answer the questions, but I will. If the answer was already answered, if the question was already answered, I will put the answer up on the screen or look through the chat to see what they're saying. Okay, Future, we're going to have to take Future comment out. We cannot say that word in the chat. Okay, that's why she's saying the words. Okay, if they saying the words like that, keep it like that. So we're going to just take out Future Health Network, take out that comment, and what the other lady said who put that in there, take out that comment. All right, I'm sorry, Nene, I will not disturb you again.
No problem, no problem. Okay, so after the judge lets him know, no, there's no, cameras and set up like that in the lockup, she then reiterates to him again, you have two choices. You can continue on with your attorney, or you can represent yourself pro se. And so Nature Boy literally sits there in silence for about 2 to 3 minutes, just not saying anything. And you can hear it in the judge's voice. She's over it. She's losing patience. To the point where the bailiffs had to come up to him, 2 of them, and let him know, answer the judge's question because we're moving on. So I was so proud of her because she let Nature Boy know you're trying everything you can to not have this trial go on, but you are not going to be successful. I was so proud that she called him on his ish. So unfortunately, though, I don't know who is like ahead of the judge or over the judge, but they sent in a note that said the trial needed to be suspended for 2 days as a result of her testing positive.
But as they should.
Right, I get it, but at the same time, the bailiffs passed out masks to anyone who wanted it, and at no point was she, in close proximity to anyone. But nonetheless, I do get it.
Because now that gives Nene 2 days to, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Remember, she got
this really sweet moment where she came up to me and another young lady sitting next to me and gave us the biggest hug. She gave such a big hug.
Nene, my baby girl.
Yes.
We love you, Nene. And thank you for being our reporter. Don't worry, we're going to still get your lunch. We're going to still get your lunch. Don't worry about it, baby. We got you. Don't forget, guys, I'm going to put her Cash App up here again. Like I said, all she wants is a little lunch and a little coffee. If anybody...
Yeah, and I do appreciate the donations, you guys, because it costs $6 for every 2 hours of parking. Every 2 hours, I have to pay $6 for parking. So I just appreciate the love. Thank you.
So anybody, this is send it directly to her. If you would like to help her with lunch and parking and all this good stuff that we're hearing in real time, send a little dollar. If all y'all can send $1 or $2, we can still keep getting this information. We want to make sure she got for parking and a little coffee and a little lunch. We ain't asking for a hotel fee or nothing else. Y'all want us? This is her. I put it on the screen. This is her Cash App. It will go directly to her, not to me, but it will go directly to her. Right now, She gave you the biggest hug.
Yes, she did. She did. Very sweet because at the end of the day,
All right. Okay, so I'm glad she gave. I mean, I'm glad that she know people is there for support because you said that he got all his support. His yo, so you I can't get over it. So was that Juju and the other one causing all that commotion,
yes,
trolling people
trolling, yes. To the
outside?
point where outside, well, before we even made it out of the courtroom, actually, it started on the elevator. And they literally trolled the entire way from the elevator outside.
And
There
you
is
was in there with them?
Say again?
Cause you was in there with. Cause girl, don't make me got to come out there.
I didn't have a choice because they jumped on the elevator and the doors were closing. So I was stuck on the elevator with them. And then they're going to announce to everyone on the elevator that, like it or not, we're all here in support of Mr. Bishop. To which I said, bullish. No, we are not. No, we are not. So what I think is interesting is I think they need to tread lightly because that content creator's wife was very upset.
As she should.
Is not that far behind her, although he's not allowed in the courtroom at this time.
He could still file charges.
That's right.
As he should.
That's right. What they did was borderline intimidation and harassment, and I think they should tread lightly.
I think they don't pass lightly now.
You say that again?
I think they don't pass lightly now.
Oh, I agree. I just think that,
So you said you was ready. When you not part of nothing and you ready to throw your own hands up, they don't pass lightly because they was gonna catch them 1-2s.
Yes. And you know that man ain't playing about his wife.
No, you said you was about ready to throw them 1-2.
No, I absolutely was. Especially because, you gotta imagine, these people are like reach out and touch you close. You know what I mean? And it's like you'll be surprised at the amount of frustration that crops up because they're right there, Oh, I did want to tell you this. You remember how puffed up Nature Boy used to be and how he was getting on the fat side?
Mm-hmm.
He actually looks frail, y'all. He looks frail.
He looks frail. The other day, unless it was some filters, he looked big the other day.
Nah, he's looking frail. I'm telling you. To the point where certain bones in his face you can see he's lost a significant amount of weight. It's like they're not here. He being force fed food by various women 24/7. So the jail food ain't treating him right. Yeah, he's definitely looking frail. But he just gave. I hate that the jury wasn't there during that outburst because he just gave a small glimpse of the Nature Boy that we all know.
But the judge saw that, right? So did the judge take note of that?
I can't imagine she would. Like I said, she was pissed off enough to raise her voice twice.
Somebody gonna tell them jurors that because I mean it's a shame that I think he did that purposely because the jurors are not there. Remember, he plays everything to the T. So he knew when to do that. He knew not to do that when the jurors was there because he's lights, camera, action, right?
I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely. And whatever it is what's interesting is I really can't stand Booger. His whole the way that he questions various witnesses is highly offensive. With that said, he's doing as good of a job for Nature Boy as anyone is going to be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so for him to say you want to fire him because he's not being your puppet is crazy. But it just goes to show his narcissism. He thinks he knows better than the attorney.
And then if you're trying to establish that he's not a cult, and he's also trying to. He already told the jury, don't listen to these people, right? So if he, but and he's trying to keep it going that way because he know whatever he opened the door to is going to make him look worse because that's going to make them now talk more, right?
Yes.
And then it's going to make them talk about control more, the beatings more, right? They didn't even get into the closets, right? It's a lot of things they didn't even get into, right? So he's trying to stay away from all of that and keep it about debate, not about the treatment and all of that other stuff, which is really hard,
You know, so it's just it's almost like you were there today because he reiterated that point again today that the prosecution is going outside of the scope of what happened on March 24th, but you need to know what happened prior to March 24th to know how we even get to March 24th in the first place. So, yeah, he can be upset about it all he wants, but the witnesses that have spoken for the prosecution, they have made certain things perfectly clear. Things like there was a lot of physical abuse, a lot of manipulation, and that they were not free to make their own decisions about things.
And then, now what's up with the Three Stooges? Was they there?
They were not there. It's interesting how much they are being sort of hidden. It's weird because they were clearly present prior to the shenanigans from last Friday, but since then no one's seen them. Although I did hear that Afro put up a post today, either last night or this morning, but I didn't get to see it. They started court before I could look it up. So they are still talking, but they are not present at court. And because I'm in with the media now, I'm getting a lot of background information and sort of behind the scenes information from various reporters. And, there's even the documentary production crew there. So as I get information related to me, I will absolutely share it with you.
Whew. Y'all cannot say we are not boots on the ground, baby. Y'all cannot say we are not boots on the ground. See, when you come here, you get to hear it first hand, baby. You ain't got to wait till tonight. You ain't got to look up court TV, and we getting it the way you get it, right? We getting it the way it happens, right? But I wonder when he was trying to antagonize Nay, because we can't say we're not supposed to say her name, but it's okay. What did the judge face look like?
She actually did not catch it because she was in the back at the time. So you know who did catch it?
Who?
The cameras.
Oh.
The camera crew that's recording caught it.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'm sitting directly behind the main camera. So they caught it. And he did this twice, actually, on 2 separate occasions. But the camera caught one of them. I mean, it's so obvious, so blatant what he's doing that it caused everybody else to turn around to see who the heck does he mean mugging. Yeah.
Now, the thing, what would make them troll that other CC creator's wife? Like, what the heck was...
Because of the confrontation that occurred yesterday.
So they went after a woman, and it was really bad?
It was bad enough for her to haul ass out of that elevator, out of the court.
Oh my! And she should have went straight. She should have went straight. Hopefully, that's gonna be some new. Hopefully, she goes out. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. And she's a woman too. They couldn't go after the man because they punks. So they went after a woman as usual.
Correct.
A woman as usual. When the man was right in their face, they hid in the car and didn't want to come out the car. But now you want to go after a woman, though, right? But they didn't want to go after BP, though.
Not at all. Not at all. And to the point where I wanted to just make sure she got where she was going
Mhm.
safely because
Thank
there's
you.
just a small amount of parking on site.
Oh, so you
and the
brought
rest of it.
you brought her to him.
Well, I sort of halfway.
Okay.
Sort of halfway. The main thing I wanted to make sure of is that whatever direction they were going in, that she was going in the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So once I realized she was good and I could see her dude up the street, I went on about my way. But yeah, that. It was weird. I wasn't sure if that was gonna escalate or not. So I was just grateful that she let it be known, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. Don't say anything to me, and they just kept right on going. That her husband is not going to appreciate that one bit.
We don't either.
At all.
No, we don't either. And I guess they probably want to figure get in there, not knowing that even if they get in there, you're not going to be next to nature not. Or they probably want him to pass some messages. So maybe they're trying to make their way to get locked up. I don't know at this point.
Yeah, I definitely think that people are reporting back to Nature Boy. And so all that they're doing is to keep getting that stamp of approval with him.
Yeah, but they not hurting nobody with they self shit. We not on trial. You is, right?
Exactly.
And to prove to him how you could go to jail too, well, congratulations.
Right, that part.
But you ain't.
Don't forget, harassment goes two ways. They could be charged with harassment as well.
But she didn't harass them in that elevator. They did that.
That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
They could be charged with harassment themselves.
Yeah, as they should.
Exactly.
As they should, to the point that everybody in that elevator could say, I was harassed. They was, you know what I'm saying? It was very uncomfortable. I'm scared for my life. Because they need to be barred from there too.
I agree. And they should not be allowed to testify at all.
I mean, even if they do, like if you say all good stuff and you ain't saying things that happen, like we already know you still controlled, but go ahead and knock yourself out, right? Knock yourself out.
Right. I don't think that there's anything of value.
Oh.
Miss
Leo say they are trying to get in trouble so they don't have to testify. Could be too.
That's a very interesting point of view, Miss Leo. You may have a point there.
The thing is, I don't know where they staying in ATL, but they got to remember too. They don't know who live in ATL. Also, you know what I'm saying? So they, you better be glad you still got air in your tires and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you pissed.
Oh, but they don't have a car. They're on foot.
Oh, that wasn't their car?
No.
Get out. They on foot. No. So who car was that?
So there is an elderly woman, or I shouldn't say elderly, but and it's her car.
My.
Yeah. And it was interesting that Nature Boy, whenever the judge was asking him to make a decision, are you going to participate in this trial with your attorney, or are you going to represent yourself? And Nature Boy looked behind him into the gallery, the court gallery, and the judge said, excuse me, don't look behind you. I'm speaking to you. Look at me. She was not here for his ish.
That's not the first time he did that. That right. That's not the first time he did. Don't forget, guys. This is our boots on the ground reporter. If you would like to send her $1 or $2 for support, for giving us the inside information, that is her Cash App up on the screen. That is her Cash App on the screen. Send her a little something. right? And I have not heard her say thank you yet. So I think.
Thank you. Actually, someone did
Oh,
just send it. I don't want to say their real name, but thank you to that person that sent a cash app. Thank you so much.
no, okay. So we can get a couple of more in there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is slowly becoming a clown. Girl, this has been a clown show for 7 years. Juju and Jax haven't been around long time. So wonder they really gonna say. See, Juju and Jax would be the worst because by the time they got there, he don't have no good time. They don't have no good times there, right? Time they got there, he was already bad,
Exactly.
right? So he doesn't say, well, in the beginning, we want to go there for a better life. Time they got, I'm like, they have, how do you say something was good? He already transitioned to being three good.
Exactly.
And how do you, like, I don't know what type of, like, and then yeah, they was there that night, but what can you say? Everybody's saying the same thing. Nobody was in the room. Like, what are you gonna say? And then the girls, and okay, I'm gonna still call her Sheba because that's not her birth name, but
Uh-huh.
you cannot say more than what she said because she specifically said she went straight into the girls' room. If the men are separated, you can't help Nature Boy right now. She said she came in quiet, uh, weak, and she just went straight down. And
Mm-hmm.
then she also said to her, I said to her, I forgot what she said. You know how to act, right? And she told on herself. She told the things that she did. And then she also recommended her, say, well, you know what happens when you go against the
Nature
chief,
Nut.
right? Yeah, nature nut or whatever. But she still, so what can y'all three dummies say? Even after she came out, right? And and even if the three beings, and she said it was three of them in the room, so the other three can't. What they gonna say? When she came out that room, she said it was her, three of them, because they all had to stay in threes for what he
Uh-huh.
say, and it was one,
Uh-huh.
two. I think the third person in the room was Zoka again, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Zoka again. So if she say, and then she didn't say nobody did nothing to her. She said she did it. So Kendra, oh shucks. Uh Sheba told, sorry, strike that. No, no. I don't know her last name. I don't know where she lives. So
Exactly.
right. So Sheba herself said, this is what I did to her. So what are y'all supposed to say? He knows he has no, like, if his witness come up, you cannot be more of a witness than them girls. And hopefully when this continues, they bring Sheba back.
Well, that's the thing I was getting ready to say. What's to your point, there's not much they can say in his defense, but what I do appreciate about them taking a stand is that opens them up to be cross-examined by the prosecution, and that's where it's going to get interesting. That I think that's where it's going to get interesting because they can try to say something positive about his character if they want to, but none of them can handle being under the scrutiny of the prosecution.
I mean, far as their experience, it won't be useful. I mean, it could be considered in the court, but what's useful to the court is the witness part of how she came out the room. That means it's not about them no more. It's about what happened, as he says.
What happened?
Right.
Exactly.
So that part is useful. How did she, remember, he the one asked the question, how did she look? So at that point, it's not about when she got her JJ. It's not about that no more. This is crime
Mm-hmm.
scene.
Mm-hmm.
How did she
Yeah.
look when she came out the room? She specifically said she came straight in there looking like blah, blah, blah. She didn't say anything. She kept her head down. That goes with the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There is one part of the defense questioning, Nay, that they weren't able to get to today that I'm a little worried about. Apparently, she made a comment during that interview with the content creator about wanting the D. Mm-hmm. And that is one of the questions that Booger plans on asking her about. Yeah.
I mean, was it at that moment when she was that he would have to prove that at that moment when she was getting it, being that he keep bringing up the word Uber so much, you would have to prove at that moment when she was going out the door she wanted the D, so she came back to get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. Right, wasn't it? Like, it could have been like he would have to, being that he likes talking about math so much, he would have to establish the time, the date and the time that she wanted the D, right?
The D, exactly.
I mean, if they do it in that angle according to how he asks questions.
Yes. What was interesting too is, remember how when we went back and like really dissected the video that led up to this night, and you kept making the point that she did not want him and that she wasn't interested in being queen as much as everybody claimed she was. So that came out today in trial, because Booger kept trying to put the focus on her being angry because Malia was chosen to be queen over her. And she made it clear that she didn't want to be the queen in the sense that, oh, I'm mad because this one was chosen to be queen over me. She talked about how she wanted to get rid of that pitting the women against one another. She did want to do that. And, you know, I actually believe that.
But actually, according to the videos, remember, the only reason why that happened because of the day before, right? So,
correct.
They have to, that has to be stressed that no, what happened the day before, we was only doing that because Malia had a breakdown. Exactly. And to humiliate her, he stated he wanted to get a new queen to humiliate. No, he wanted to pick a queen because she was still never the queen.
Exactly.
So he wanted to pick a queen because of that. See, I think that's what all of them is confused. Right.
I agree.
All of them is confused. One go with the other. Right.
The other.
And it's still within the 24-hour period.
Yes. And I have to agree with you. I feel like more emphasis needs to be put on that entire 24-hour period and what led up to that night. I don't feel like the prosecution has done as good a job as they could.
Maybe they saving that. Maybe they were saving that for them questions for them.
I hope so.
Right. Maybe remember they still got to ask her too. Like maybe they may ask her what happened. Like, and if he say he was acting, was because you got to remember certain questions they're not going to like throw it out on the table if they supposed to take the stand.
Right.
You got to have some questions for them too.
Exactly.
So I don't know if they're going to go that angle. Hey, fool. I don't know if they're going to go that angle. So,
yeah, it's interesting to see how the next, how Thursday plays out. Just so that y'all have a heads up, the judge is going to do her best to get to closing arguments as early as Thursday.
Oh, so he's not, none of his people are testifying then?
No, they are.
Mm-hmm.
But even with that, she still wants to try to get to closing arguments, at least starting it on Thursday, she said.
Because I know they're going about what she said, and again, we all know she was under duress, and I just think they should have Even when they bring her back up there, that's for the prosecutors to will that in. The rest,
Yes, they have to. It's very important, I think, that they weave that in. Exactly what led up to that night. So we'll see.
So they acting like, they was, I knew when they was sitting up there talking to the popo, right? I knew they was reporting it, right? And we already know that that didn't take place. Nobody got hit on them. Nobody didn't do nothing to them, right?
No.
But we already knew they went up in there and be the liars that they are, the liars that right. And so I don't understand how he can't go back, but he wasn't even really in there anyway. He was outside basically doing most of the reporting, right? So for them to go after, the misses, that is crazy. So
That's
they
very crazy.
at this point, it's like, when do they stop? This is why I'm glad this case is here. What point do they stop thinking that they could do whatever they want to do? Like, everybody else get punished, but they continue to do what they want to do.
I was getting ready to say, I feel like the fact that the defense attorney took this to the judge, I think it just put more of a battery in their back because they feel somewhat protected.
It's like they've been out there all this time causing problems with every single body. And then now somebody that will really put it to them, because it could be anybody, right? I think they just said that because how they feel about him.
Yeah.
Because everybody was talking smack, so,
but it's not like it was just this one individual.
Right. Correct. But, the judge is put in a tough spot too, because how she feel and what the jurors say, because ain't nobody stupid at this point. And anytime you aggravate a judge, ain't nobody stupid. Remember, she had plenty of cases.
Exactly.
And,
not her first time.
Right. And then once you aggravate me, right, hey, you know what I'm saying? Once she see his demeanor, how he looks, she know what all them looks are. Like, you can't fool these people. And
thank you, Miss Ryan, for the donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Right. So even I'm like, the judge like want to say, I want this to be over. I wish I didn't need this jury right now, because I would push him under the jail. Like, if she
Yeah, especially when the first time that he doesn't check this out. The first time he doesn't get his way, his go-to is, I want to fire my attorney. Girl, it was hilarious because everybody knows, except for him apparently, that once a trial begins, you cannot fire your attorney. You needed to iron all that out before the trial started, sir.
Yeah, just like Booker he should have dipped out, but then he had to take it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But can't the judge hold him in contempt too? Like, if he just talking over her and stuff, but can't she create her own charges? I'm like, she could do some stuff on her own, right? I don't know.
Oh yes, of course. But mind you, she's gonna want she's gonna want to give him every opportunity, simply because we know there are going to be appeals, right? She doesn't want to give anybody a reason to question any of her actions and therefore give him a new trial when he goes to appeal. So she's just giving him enough rope.
And I know by now the jury, like, what type of shit.
Well, that jury has been asked to come out the courthouse come out the courtroom so many times, so the attorneys can argue a point left and right. They be up and down, back and forth.
They said Booger should have charged another retainer, right?
Exactly. Nah, he should have said, I want all my money up front. I ain't playing with you. Give me all my money right now. The nerve. But when that judge said Don't look behind you. I'm talking to you. Girl, I like that. Fell out. Even the reporters in the room was looking at me like, WTF. And I was like, I don't know, WTF. Oh man.
I'll be like, I'm like the judge, but I said like they have to. I mean, he did establish, the prosecution did establish like none of them could. I mean, like how many more times did you need to hear it? Like really, like regardless of what she said under duress, because remember this, she did file charges within a certain amount of time. That part is true, right? And she was by herself. She had nowhere to go. That she had to call somebody that she really didn't even know just to have a place to stay for a couple of days. You know, I think she said she stayed there for about a week or so.
Yes.
So if she didn't get some words right, you know.
I'm looking forward to the prosecution sort of tying it all in, either, you know, because we know that Booger's going to call her back up to the stand on Thursday. So I'm looking forward to the prosecution tying it in when they get a chance to rebuttal or in their closing arguments. But the one thing I will say that plays over well with jurors in my own personal experience is there needs to be an emotional tie to this case. Right about now, we need to see some tears. We need to know that there was some trauma. You know, the impact of what he did has had a lasting impact on her. You know, now's a good time for that, because you don't want to come across like you're so unbothered by this traumatic thing that just happened.
But maybe she's separate, and people do too, and that's how narcissistic people are made. Also, sometimes the trauma makes you separate from your feelings, right?
I agree.
So sometimes I like a lot of people become like really hard because it's repressed or suppressed. Y'all know the word I'm looking for, right? So it's that word. It's that word, right? So maybe she's suppressing this, right? Because she did do a little breakdown in the beginning. So maybe, you know, I am feeling a certain way, but the point of her sitting there, I mean, her bravery too, her bravery also shows that I'm in this for the long haul too. This is what this man did to me, and I want to see it through.
Yes, ma'am. She has not. She's there. She's present. She's alert. She's engaged, and it goes a long way. I agree.
The point of, like, if I was lying, like, first of all, she didn't have to show. She made sure she showed up, like, regardless of, like, and she's there every single day. If that's like, if I'm a juror, I'm looking like, whoa, she's serious about this. Like, she's there every single. She looking at her, the person who did this, and she's looking at them. Like, even if it was revenge or whatever. I'm not saying I don't do cases. I'm not saying that they can't sit there every day, but that shows something too.
Yes. Also, the defense has not given any motive whatsoever for her to lie. What is the reason? They have not given one indication as to why this girl will come in there and lie and stand by the lie.
They haven't given any reason neither why he called her upstairs, and I'm still waiting for that.
Exactly.
I keep hearing why she went upstairs, but there's nobody explaining. Well, I guess he's not on stand, so they, you know, like nobody knows, but they're not saying like this is so premeditated. If you knew she was leaving too, right? I guess he's gonna say, well, she came upstairs. Like, what did you call upstairs for? Now, can that be to say the word bye also? Like what would be the reason that you're upstairs and you told somebody to go and call her? But we already know because he didn't want her to leave.
Exactly.
And he thought that he was going to give her the best thing that she ever had to make her say, okay, Poppy's the best, I'm going to stay.
Right.
But unfortunately, from the way them, you know, beating her, hitting her and stuff that day, and at this point, she's done. She's broken and she's done. Like, and then the man she came for, she can't have, you know. So at that point, she was really saying goodbye to him also.
Exactly. Because it's like, what am I here for at this point?
Right. So she wasn't not when she was leaving, she was not only saying goodbye to Nature Nut, she was also, but remember, if she would have left, she would never, I mean, we don't know they were speaking on a DL or not. That we don't know. But she was also saying, you know what, F you too. Goodbye.
Absolutely.
Right. So she was, and then when he called her back upstairs, right? People don't think about that part also. She wasn't just saying she got to now say goodbye to the man she loved. She can't see his face no more. She can't touch his face. She can't look at him, right? And that's what she came there for.
Yep.
You know, and that's why I said I don't on both sides. I don't think that they really studied this too much because they it's a storyline here, and they're not pointing that out. Why? I think at one point, uh, somebody said that who was it that she kept saying she was making videos and she kept saying no, no, no to him and making demands, you know, and I'm like, that is absolutely true. And it's very important, right? He is supposed to be God. And she loved the next man.
Yeah, that has to be reiterated. And you're right. So far, it doesn't seem like there's a great deal of understanding about why the members did instead certain things and why he didn't say certain things.
They try.
I don't think they've done enough research, honestly.
Because even if you see a man on the street, right, and even if he was for the bape of woman, it would still be, oh, because she was looking sexy in that dress. You know, it's still a reason what would make you bape somebody. Just like, either, oh, she was looking good, or I was talking to her, I like the way she smelled. You know what I'm saying? It would still have to be a reason, even, and nobody's not talking about a reason. Oh yeah, Velvet got them shook. Velvet, that's why after Velvet, he got shook. Velvet always makes him lose his mind. That's why he lost his mind, because that damn Velvet had shook his ass.
I said that.
Velvet,
he was looking yesterday as she was giving her testimony. I don't know. I'm telling you, we went through a range of emotions, starting with disbelief and then hurt, then finding it funny, and then angry.
So, as usual, she pushed the buttons, and today he didn't know how to act because he's still recouping from her behind yesterday. So he wanted to be like, "Damn it, I be my own," because he knew that nobody could like like people gotta remember, ain't nobody gonna talk to nobody could talk to Velvet better than him. And who else got a chance with her? Who else got a chance with her? Only he can do that. Y'all don't know how to question Velvet. Y'all can't deal with Velvet, and y'all can't F with Velvet, right?
Exactly.
So after that point, that's why he said he's not doing what I want, because that was that damn Velvet. That was that damn
I
Velvet.
believe it. We've all seen how he unravels as soon as he gets to talking to V or seeing her or anything like that. He unravels. So this is no different than what we've been seeing from him.
You was not gonna catch that girl out there though, which way or far. He already knew. Damn it! I listen. You ain't skilled enough for Velvet Booker. Move over. That's when he realized.
She came ready for war, complete with combat boots and the whole nine. She came ready for war. Yeah, she did. So yeah, so it'll be. I'm looking forward to Thursday. I really am. What's the chat talking about?
I'm coming. And I think too, what nobody is understanding is that they don't know how to express their feel. They're just now learning how to express their feelings, right?
I agree.
Because they always, whatever they was feeling, he would talk it into them, and then it went to how he felt.
Yes.
So again, being that that is not the case, and this is a cult, so even though they're not talking about it, that rule still applies because maybe that's why she can't express herself like how she was feeling, how she was under duress, right? How like so that would answer a lot of the questions if she's able to express. I was scared as ish when I say that, right? Like I
Right.
thought I was going to say bye, right? Even though she did, but like when you really were able to express yourself, then she could paint the picture. Like so that would answer why would she say okay, even though she did state it, you know, like I just wanted it to be over. But she gotta say I was scared as shit. Oh my god, I thought I did that. I thought I was gonna walk out there. He was so mad and I've seen him so mad, I thought I was gonna walk out there without my life. Like that's expressing
Yes.
how you feel.
I do appreciate that when she gave testimony today, she did mention how the interview she gave with that content creator, how that occurred after she just left a cult. So her mind was still somewhat in the cult. So you can't hold her to
Right.
any one statement given at that point in time.
But people not realizing this. I don't care what she said. That's not legal. Is what she said to the damn popo. That's just
Exactly.
wait. Uh, that's not a legal document. That interview, like she's not a like regardless of what she said, like they're all going off of that. That interview is not a legal document.
Exactly.
Right? So she has the right to forget things. Or everybody going off that interview like it's legal. No, she was just at that point. Like, I don't have to be correct with her. I have to be correct to the popo, to the authorities. Right? I don't know why they're not making that distinction here.
I don't know why either. And if you're going to hold her to that standard, then be ready to hold Nature Boy to that standard, because there are mountains and mountains of videos upon videos of him incriminating himself.
Correct. And then I'm like, first of all, isn't it the rules of social media that she can't even say the word bait, or she can say violated, or but remember that's the term that they always spoken, right?
Exactly.
But again, the interview is not the end all be all. I don't know why. Oh yeah, she could say that that's not a legal document. There's nothing legal. Like what if she would have did another interview with somebody else and told them the damn truth? You know what I'm saying? What if she did other interviews also? Once she got her mind right and say, hey, I was confused, right? I was confused, but this ninja. So none of that, to me, that is not relevant. What's relevant is, as she says, what that night happened. So that interview didn't happen on, as he keeps saying, March 26th, right? March 24th, right? So being that you keep saying March 24th, that interview was on March 24th. So let's go back before. So we don't even need to talk about that, because you, Booker, these your own words. We want to go back to March 24th. So let's stay there.
Exactly. That's the problem. He wants to have it both ways.
No, everybody talk about the interview like, I'm like, that's not a legal document. Like what? It was.
Yeah, she wasn't under any legal obligation to tell that content creator anything.
And she wasn't under any legal thing to say. I want to say everything. I want to say, like, maybe she didn't want to put out there how gruesome that it was. Like this just happened. And I don't understand how they're not even explaining that. Like this it's like, what the heck does that mean? Does that mean I'm supposed to give people? No, I made it short and sweet, So
I hate to say this, but to me, that's the difference between having a male taking the lead on the prosecution versus a female. And although there is a female prosecutor, she's not the lead. To me, that's a major difference.
Yeah, that is crazy. They keep talking about that. I would have said, well, sir, that's not March 24th. Interview? No, that's not March 24th. Let's say that. They're not even saying that. No, you said March. Exactly. Let's talk about what happened that night. What she told the police, right? This interview is after March 24th.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is crazy. Crazy.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So I'm like, on the interview, Ninja, you don't know how to do no work. That's not a legal binding interview.
Right, because, I mean, what if she didn't choose to mention it at all? Is that an indictment against her? No. Maybe she wasn't ready to admit that to the, unknown people on the internet.
Right. So how is that evidence? I don't understand how is that evidence. I'm like, well, you do know it was a regular. It was a regular video, right? Yeah, I said that on a regular video. This is a regular person. I was not going to go into details on YouTube. Right. She got every right not to go into detail. Right. And then she speaks. Exactly. And then she spoke in the lingo that they always speak. Right.
Exactly.
So I don't want to hear no more about the interview, according to Booker, that happened after March 24th.
Right.
And
I'm supposed to keep things just on that date alone. Make up your mind, Booker.
Wait till the prosecution crosses evidence. Yeah, he's gonna need to be his own lawyer and everything else if he get on that stand, baby.
Judging, I was one of the few who said I don't think he's going to testify. Judging on how he behaved today, I would be surprised if he doesn't testify. I don't think he's going to be able to keep his mouth shut, honestly.
Everybody said that would be him. He would have to go up there. Then again, with him, you can't change nothing that you said in that thing, because even though she did say the word love, he also says that she said no.
Yep. Those were his words.
Now, I didn't hear that yet, but you heard it, and I wanted to play it, but this came up. this shenanigan came up. Like, she's.
You got a video you about to pull up?
No, I don't know if it's there yet. The judge was, I know she was live. I'm going to try to pull it up, but I'm just wanting to get more of them. They're going to pull it up, but I wanted the inside action, outside action. She said I was going to throw these 1-2s, but I had to remember where I was at.
Yeah. Look, I was right there at the daggone jail. I wish I would sit on some charges behind a Jew.
There you go. How did I end up in jail for Nature Boy, right?
Exactly.
I don't think
y'all really have to come through with the Cash App.
I think not. Right.
Exactly.
Oh goodness. But that girl Anna wasn't there, right?
Nah. No.
Or she's probably there but not there.
That's what I'm thinking. There but not there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, we already discussed. We already said that, Future. Yes, we already. She gave us the Get Down with the Get Down, Future Health Network. All these things we know. But thanks for bringing us this. But I got boots on the ground information, right? But we aren't going to get to see it. But we wanted to. Until that, we already got it. So, like I said, she has 2 days to really say how she feels. No, she got 2 days to really state her mindset and what was going to. She got 2 days to have that go with whatever she said. And again, I would have been like, that's not legal. This video is not legal binding. It was just an interview, and no, I was not discussing all the horrible damn things that happened that night. And I spoke in the lingo that we always speak. Next.
Exactly.
So, ask me nothing else. And that video, you said March 24th, that interview was done way after the damn March 24th. We're talking about March 24th. Let's talk about that. I don't know why these people playing games, because that video is the only leg that they have to stand on. But I don't know how that's a legal document or legally binding. We could be talking right now.
Right. Nobody, we're going to build a whole case off of what we talking about right now?
Yeah. No. In that case, we all, like, I can see.
Act up.
Right. Hey, we all should be, in that case, we all be locked up, right?
Exactly.
We all be locked up. Hey, I'm 6'2". Well, you did tell somebody it's be 6'2", but you only 5'4". Like, it's not legal. I'm like, these people is just crazy.
Very much so.
And then it looks even worse that you have to keep even referring to an interview. If he didn't do it, then her interview wouldn't mean nothing.
Oh, he said it while the jury was out, when talking with the judge. He said, "This is my whole case." He don't have nothing else.
Exactly.
He don't have anything else.
And we know he don't. We know he don't. But what she said, only thing is, Kev said for you to wear your mask.
Oh, you know that, bro. I'm in my mask. Absolutely.
I'm like, sorry for the typos, y'all. My screen is cracked. Oh, it's okay, Miss Double. That's what I said. I don't understand why we playing this game here. I get why we playing the game, but I don't understand. So I'm like, okay, I was not going to say how, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got into some stuff, but I didn't get into everything. And this is the lingo we may love, right? And then I am on social media, right? And this is I'm so used to saying made love. You know, I didn't know how to get that word out of my mouth. That is acceptable when you've been traumatized.
Sure. And that word has certain other feelings attached to it. I don't blame her or anybody else who didn't want to just outright say that word. You know what I mean? Like, come on. She has every right to disclose that how and when she feels like it, if she feels like it.
She also has to choose her words wisely, because she wasn't going for and scared of being hurt. I mean, that is true. I'm going to get you. I've been waiting. Come on back. Right. I get all of that. But what words do you, what word,
PR training,
right,
something like that.
Right. What words do you choose, right, when you are confused, right? When you are confused and scared. And you got to also remember, she had nowhere to go afterwards. So she leaving there with what she said, $6. She didn't have nothing, right? So until that girl, until the friend or whatever, the girl Kelly or whatever, right? Like, what is, like, with so much, like, even us as regular people, sometimes we got to come back and correct ourselves too, right? Because at that moment you could say, "Oh my God, I wasn't feeling good that day," or, you know, us as human, and then, you know, they gotta. That's a human, and that's a human error, right? But it doesn't, right? So now this is her time to really say, "This is, you know, you know," and I don't know if she's seen a therapist or whatever, but that's one thing that I wish they would have brought up. Yeah, I had to see a therapist to get through this. I couldn't figure this out in my mind, right? A therapist should have been there, or a therapist should have been there, right? Not, or that should have been brought up, because she did say she was going to therapy. That should have been brought up, because trauma happens to people, and people have to really speak upon trauma. You know, but again, people could go by words or whatever. After all the testimony, jury instructs in closing, so the instructions are ready when they finish closing, then verdicts. I really feel he's possessed. Exactly. Right. So and then again, he doesn't have, I mean, if you got 5 people, like he picked, you could tell he's diabolical. You pick one girl that's a VJ, right? A Verge, right?
Yes.
And then you pick one who you sodomize another one who, right? So each woman had something unique that he wanted from them. Like I want this one virginity. I want this one anally. Like I want this one because she doesn't love me. Like each one tells a story of something. Like he wanted that, and because Angie's there with her husband, and then you take her and like I wouldn't give a hot and hoot if any jury heard that. And like I said, it would be on them. I wouldn't care what she said because if all of them saying the same exact thing, I can see if she was just saying it herself.
Right. Everybody's not lying on this one individual.
Right. He wants to be a woman for real. Like if everybody says the same thing, I let it happen. So what would be the difference of her saying the same thing, right?
Exactly.
Well, what would be the difference? And what would be the difference besides Sheba? I'm gonna say her name because she wasn't there. What would be the difference of everybody after they got violated left? Right? Remember, after Velvet got violated, she left. She was the only one who got violated at that point and didn't leave. Velvet got violated, left. The other young lady, she left. Right? So, and then that would include her too. After this last, remember, they've been having XEX, but this particular violation left. Right? So, again, every story concurs what she says. So, even if people want to point out she said, okay, no, she's the only one that went to the Popo. So, I can get y'all being stuck on what she said, but it doesn't take away. They all left. They all came. All of them women did the same exact thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All of them.
And you know what? I think that there is a misunderstanding about how someone can almost allow something to happen to them that they don't want to happen. And I think that when she said okay, I really think that was more of a like a internal thought, not so much something she audibly gave her permission for. Like you have to understand what it's like to check out to where you physically are there, but you're not there. I really think it was that kind of situation because that's exactly how the other young lady that testified, that's what she testified to. Being there, but not being there. Not giving her consent, but not saying the audible no. She was checked out. And I guess you have to understand abuse to understand how that can happen.
And people got to understand, too, a lot of victims themselves don't understand that they're being abused.
That's so true.
So how can they call until like you speak to somebody and they're like, well, back up, right? The person still feels bad or whatever, but a lot of the victims themselves don't even know that, right? Some don't figure it out to years, right? Some know it, but they just like you don't have the words to put there, and then maybe time has went on. Like just being a victim, period, right, of anything, right? Like some people, even being robbed, and especially if you robbed by a pow. A lot of them can't even put them words like, wow, this person pulled out a pow, right? Right. And some of them people can't even say that because every day they dreaming about that pow and what if they would have pulled the pow trigger, right? So that's something that will always go through their mind. Like it's victims for everything, not just for a victim is a victim, right? And that mess with your mind because the first thing you know, I did not wake up in the morning expecting for this to happen, and damn, this happened to me for whatever the situation is. And your body freezes in all situations. That's why they say the word freeze, right? Even Popo say freeze. The people who going to get you say freeze, right? So a victim mentality, people just thinking in this bait. No, everybody has been a victim some way, somehow, where you couldn't do nothing.
Right.
And
that's why I was glad they had that expert witness on yesterday, because you're right. There is a lot of misunderstanding across the board about what constitutes abuse. And there's no standard reaction for those who have been victims of abuse.
And then you got a lot of people, and I heard him asking, was it yellow? Was it like ninja? When you freeze, you freeze. Like
exactly.
I was robbed in Colombia by, and when the trauma takes over you, you don't know what to do or act. Like a lot of them don't even go to the popo either. You be right, don't go to the popo, right? So there's a lot of reasons why people don't go to the popo, right? And I think the person who's the abuser know all these things. That's why there's a lot of them walking in the street. Like they know how traumatizing that it is. That's why they do it.
Absolutely.
And it takes that one strong person to say, hey, I'm going popo, right? A lot of people don't go to the popo. A lot of people can't explain it. A lot of people's embarrassed. A lot of people is wishing maybe I would have took the next block. Maybe I shouldn't have left this time. If I'd have left that time, this wouldn't have happened. You know, something told me that not to bring this out. I know I shouldn't have that. Like we give every excuse on why they give every excuse, or the victim give every excuse on why it was their fault.
Yes, and Nature Boy chose his victims well, in the sense that up until her, no one has come forward and held him accountable for what he's done. You know, he's chosen people who will wear, take it on the chin and wear those scars on their bodies and in their souls, but not say anything, not get help, and not get out.
And it's to the point that, and even though a lot of them are testifying, they're still scared too because they have their own cases.
That part.
They're still.
And another thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, baby.
Just something that I was slightly aware of it yesterday, but very much aware of it today. The thing is that there are, first of all, none of us never know what anyone is capable of. Okay, so there's that. But then you also have people coming out from underneath the daggone fallen trees and in the bushes and whatnot to say, I am a supporter of his.
Wow.
And you don't know what their actual intentions are. You know, there is a real element of putting yourself in harm's way. So I just think that, like I said, today, for some reason, I could feel it a lot because there was a lot going on in the courtroom. For instance, several people had to be put out the courtroom today. Seriously, put out by the bailiffs and not allowed back in. And there was a minor, verbal altercation between a couple of people and the bailiffs. And it just reminded me that we don't know who these people are and what their intentions are.
Mm-hmm.
And just imagine if you were, mustering up the courage to go and give testimony to see that this man gets locked away and you don't know who's amongst you in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, it's just something to think about.
Yeah, and I hope the jury is not stupid, right? I really hope they're not stupid because, like I said, when I speak, I'm going off as he says, right? According to the case. I'm not even going back for what we know and what we've seen, right? I'm going by what's according to this case, right? We're going to be keeping it like right. I'm keeping it like right there. So I hear everything everybody is saying on both sides. But just like a jury, they're going to have to make a decision, right?
Yes.
And the decision is, do this man belong back out on the street, or not for the crimes he have committed, right? Yeah, her words may have been incorrect, right? But I don't think that, like, I I think about it like this. If I was lying in revenge and all of this, I wouldn't go on nobody's interview and F myself up like that if I didn't think what I was saying was true. Yeah, I may not say the correct words, right? But I'm not going to go up on nobody's interview, right?
For real though.
Right. That would look mighty dumb if I know that it's revenge. I know I'm lying. Well, let me just go up there and prove I'm lying anymore. Prove that I don't think somebody, I'm not saying people won't do that, but
Right.
I don't think somebody would do that, right? I know what she said, but think about it. She did an interview right afterwards. I don't think knowing that if I am lying, he could sue me, right? Knowing that
Exactly.
if it seems like I'm lying, I can go to jail, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't think she wants to go to jail for him neither, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And you know what? The jury hopefully thinks about this part too. For all they know, if they don't get this right, he's coming back out to a neighborhood near them.
I can't say that enough. I cannot say that enough to a social media near you.
Yes, ma'am. Where your children can stumble upon him. You know, where your neighbor's kids can stumble upon him. Like, they have to get this right. For it's so much bigger than just these individuals that we know. You know, this has hit a national scale. I'm telling you, like, this is big. He cannot be allowed to just roam free. And because if he is, if you know, if they don't get this right, he's not coming back out better.
Because as you see, he has no remorse for nobody.
Exactly.
For none of them. I can say for her, he have remorse for nobody.
No one. That's exactly right.
And again, today, I'm quite sure the jury is going to know about it, but they seen enough of his demeanor. So
I agree. That video was powerful. That video of him talking about, I don't even know what he was saying. He was saying it so demonically. I don't even know what he was saying, child. That video where he was in the dark and he was saying, I am God, I am you, or something like that. I don't know. That's some scary-ish. We're just used to it, so it don't affect us the same. But that's some scary-ish.
And it doesn't take away, this is a cult. And it doesn't take away that he's trying to point the picture like it's skits and they're acting. No. We're not
acting. I don't think nobody's buying it.
We're not acting, buddy. And I like how Sheba, I'm saying that name. I like how she said no when we talked about doing stuff. That was a lie. When we got slapped and all that was real. Like I'm glad she was able to see. They again, Booker not smarter than them because the person who trained them, you're sitting right next to them, right?
Seriously.
So they all smarter than you, Booker, because you don't know how to speak cult language, not speak lawyer language. So you couldn't catch them out there.
Exactly.
That's why
I don't think he wants to either. I think he wants to keep this, like keep the wool on his eyes as best he can so that he can get through this case. Because how else are you doing it?
You know, we all know it could go either way, but from even me, if I was sitting there, like I said, the minute they said, don't listen to these people, to me, he already lost.
It'd have been a wrap.
It's right. It's already lost. These Bible belters are not letting him out on the streets. I hope so. I really hope so. I really hope. Like with Syrian, when she said profusely, I didn't even play hers yet. When she was talking about the bleeding, and it killed it again. She said the same thing. The other girl said, the victim. He made me take a shower. He just walked out and made her take a shot and just left her to the window. And I like the fact that she said when Sheba was saying, I did this and I did. So she put herself in it.
Yeah. I was very proud of that because that's what I've been waiting to hear is somebody acknowledge their part in things.
Right. And Joy did a phenomenal, I'm going to play that tonight. Joy did a phenomenal interview. Right. And
Did she?
She breaks it down the way she breaks it down. And people was trying to hit her with a lot of them things too. Right. But again, if somebody has never been a victim, never been abused, right? And people, I mean, people got to go back, especially depending on how old you are. Maybe the new people wouldn't understand that. But shoot, some people were scared to go home because they knew mama was going to tear them up.
Yes.
Right. So some kids ran away from that. Right. Like, oh no, I'm not going home. So they know how it feels to feel like, oh my goodness, how many kids I ain't never going to get another beating again, right? Or they know they did something, or the school call. Either way, that is a feel of, I don't want to go through that, right? And then imagine the kids who knew they was going to get tore up, but walked through that door.
Yep.
They didn't run. I'm going to have to take this. The same rule applies.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, All Talk TV. The same rule apply. Like, I know the teacher done call. I'm going to have to just go get this beat. Like, how many kids said that? And they don't like to get beat. Maybe mama didn't beat them, but the thought of, because they got beat before. Same thought process. Well,
yes, ma'am.
I know she's going to tell me. Some of them got surprised when, mama just talked to them, right? Or daddy just talked to them, or grandma, whomever is taking care of them, right? Remember, back in the day, they spared no rod. So can you imagine how you feel on your way going home? That's the same feel. Like every time you're getting closer to the house, man, you sweating, right? Like I know what he or she gonna do. And everybody got their parents in. They're gonna probably talk. And some of them too, they just talk their kids for hours and stuff to the point they say, I'd rather get the beating.
Exactly.
But yeah, either way, like, sometimes that emotional abuse is, let me just get this beating and get over. I do not feel like hearing this person talk for 50 daggone hours. I'll just take it. The same rule applies.
Yes, ma'am.
So people act like they don't know what that feels like.
Or like, the ass whoop is coming. So you just go ahead and enjoy yourself for as long as you can before you have to go home.
And it still don't take away.
I know what I'm getting when I get home. Let me go ahead and enjoy this while I can.
Right. But even though you enjoyed yourself, your heart still start going down as you get home.
Girl, your heart starts sinking into your damn stomach.
Even though you had that fun, but as you walk, you forget all about that fun you had because it's like, oh. But the point is, they still had to go through that door. So, so people act like they don't know because we all have been. That's what fear is, right? And the thing is, you got to do it, and it's under somebody else's rule. Right. So even like I said, the spankings could traumatize you. The long conversations could traumatize and then it's all dependent too on what type of parent you have. Because the older school the parent is, the more they got that speech. And some kids too would just purposely do something so the parent could just, let me just get this beating over. Let me do something so they can get mad and stop the speech and just tear me up like right now. Right. I'll take the beating. Right. So again, we all been there. We all had fear, but a lot of people I'm talking about the people who's questioning everything. Like at this point, we don't care about your questions, right? So everybody want to be a lawyer, right? Everybody know the law. Then everybody want to be a lawyer. Everybody a nurse, right? Not a specialist, but
jury.
Everybody the jury, right? And they want to point out certain things. I'm like, well, listen, truly, we still don't know. We is saying because of what's going down and all this, like, and then you got to know too. At this point, everybody at this point thinking this is my last hurrah, right? So Nature Boy figured if this is my last hurrah, let me go out in style. And even CC's, they're figuring if this gonna be over, let me go out with a bang. Like everybody, listen, because after this is over, we all gotta go on to something else, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, if I go there, of course, if I'm going there, I am, listen, this is my last hurrah. Listen, we might not like the way they act, but this is my last hurrah, goddamn it. I ain't gonna never see you again, right? This is my last time to give you my finger. This is my last time to see y'all little munchkins that's out there. You know, everything I had said behind, I'm gonna say in your face, and I'm gonna get it on camera that I said in your face, and what you gonna do. So at this point, it's a lot of people anxiety, happy. I mean, so many. It's this going on in everybody's head. So of course the CC is like, man, why should I go there? This might be my last hurrah. I talked all this crap. Yeah, I'm gonna say something. I've been saying something, you know. So and then they even got you out there, right? Got you out your bed, right? Because this is the last hurrah.
Yeah, even that part is interesting. The it's it's levels to everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you see how it plays itself out in real life, it's very interesting. Like, there's a little bit of jockeying for position. There's a little bit of jockeying for attention. It's a lot of different things. It's just, I don't know. It's an interesting thing.
Because what the judge don't know, well, maybe she does know, Nature Boy was going to get her back anyway. Because when I heard at one point in time when he asked, she was talking to him, and he turned his head. You wasn't there yet, and she turned his head and speaks to the lawyer, and she's like, "No, you're going to speak to me."
Oh wow!
Right, and or she said, "No, I'm talking to you, and you're gonna look at me when I'm talking to you."
Oh wow!
So on that behalf. That's why he blew up at her today and talked over her today. She didn't know he just humiliated her too. Because she does, like, they don't know how Nature Boy mind think. So this is his last hurrah. I'm gonna show this judge too. Don't play with me.
And that was the point of him disclosing her having seen it.
Got it.
You could have heard the way he said it.
Correct. And he had her shook, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So mission accomplished. What she don't know is when she said to him, look, he's like, "Oh, really? Oh, you could get some of this too." No woman talks to me like this, and I always get you back later.
That's a fact.
So that was pointed. So, and at that point, he like, "And what you gonna do about it, right?" But she thinking it's about the case. No, ma'am. Now you know. Now you know what these women go through. Now you know what these people go through. Look how shook she was. She was shook. So that was purposely done.
Sit there for a minute.
Like just in case.
Sit there for a minute and gather her words.
Right. So imagine what these people been through. Right there. Him yelling out her business, and she had to compromise, and she doesn't know that's all because a couple of days prior, she said, "Oh no. You ain't no authority. I'm going to show you you're not authority. I'm going to tell your business.
Yep.
I'm going to say I don't want you. Right? And then Booker, I'm going to prolong this. You got 2 days to get your ish together. So he took control as usual.
Somebody put a bug in somebody's ear somewhere because no lie, somebody came from outside the courtroom to hand that judge a note. To tell her to shut it down.
Right. So at that point in time, what they all did not realize, he took control of the judge and Booker.
Yeah. And the whole court. Shut everybody down.
And he made sure the jury was not there. Well played. Well played. Well played. And that judge, right? The judge, and they tell, and what the judge gonna do? What you gonna do about it, boo? But he don't know she could do something about it. But this is another time he made a woman feel helpless.
Yes, ma'am. I have to agree because I just watched it play itself out. Yep.
No, the judge said what she had to say, but he still made her. At that point in time, he wanted to make her feel a certain way, and he accomplished it. Right? But again, she's going to have to show him, no, this is my court, right? So that the way she would show him that is 2 days from now, not today. 2 days from now, when she be like, objection,
Agreed.
sustained, then she
Agreed.
could show him, this is my court, right? And you all you thought you was cute with that, right? So now whatever that damn lawyer say, I'll be like, in the prosecution say, so, object, you know what? Yes, object.
Exactly.
Right now, she could say, "Oh, now I'm gonna make you feel this way," right? But again, the judge don't understand the mind games. She understood what just happened, but she doesn't understand that that was directed at her.
Yes.
So
I see it just like that too. Just like that.
So now she can say, "Okay, now whatever that could help you, I'm going to dismiss it now." What? No, Jerry said, "No, sustain. Whatever the prosecution say, that's what I say." How about that?
Exactly.
That's the power she has, right? But she's going to have to illustrate that power. And he shut it down. No, Booker, you don't know what you're doing. 2 days. We're gonna give you 2 days to think about it, because he knew he wasn't gonna fire no damn Booker. He knew that already. Because remember, everybody been questioned already. And no, you're not starting this shit all over.
Exactly. She made that perfectly clear. You can represent yourself if you want to.
No,
but I don't recommend it.
No, but he knew that. But again, he needed a couple of more days. Remember, you said it's 4 questions that if it would have been over, he wouldn't have had the time to ask them 4 questions.
Yep.
So at this point, Janae gonna really have to say how she felt. She's gonna have to tell the truth on her feelings and her emotions, right? And try to articulate it the best way she can, right? With the love and this, right? She have to just really let it out how she felt and the duress. And she's also gonna have to that, even though she said it already, she's like, being that you want me to repeat it again, I'm gonna repeat the day before he did ABC. This is what happened. So what about, you know what I'm saying? So she's got to read it. And let's talk. Matter of fact, let's talk more about how he tore her ass up for when she broke and what happened to her when she just wanted to leave and breathe. And she came back too for the consequences, right? And she didn't get baked, right? She came back for consequences. She didn't get baked. So we already know the consequences consist of getting beat or whatever, but Malaya didn't get baked. So what if her consequences would have just been them yelling at her or whatever? Right. But she didn't anticipate bait, because Malaya didn't get baked. Everybody get beat. They don't get baked. She got baked. So the consequences is maybe she wanted to get beat. You know what I'm saying? But she didn't want to get baked. Maybe she knew they was going to yell at her. Maybe she did. Everybody get yelled at. Sheba said she pointed the finger. Yeah, we know that. But babe is a whole different thing. Right. That wasn't part of the package. Yeah, they are, because they control the 5 senses. They control the 5 senses: touch, feel, whatever, right? But that daggone Pisces could get them right out of that, right? Pisces could unstable anybody, right? Pisces could unstable.
Yeah.
So it's something for them Tauruses out there, right? Right. So yeah, you may deal with the senses, but I deal with all the emotions, right? I got the emotions part. I will F your senses all the way up, right?
All the way up.
But again, he played it. And the judge, like I said, the judge does not know that was directed at her to shut her up and to buy more time. And it's up to her to say, okay, in her mind, oh, really? Whatever they say, fine. And as he go to ask the sentence, I'm going to cut him off because they know next question. I mean, at that point, if I was the judge, whatever is legal and in my power, I'm going to show you in 2 days. You blew my business up, which was already known. I don't want her. No, okay, really? Okay. Mm-hmm.
But see, that part hadn't made the news. He blew it up for it to make the news even.
That's why I say he embarrassed the heck out of her. She doesn't know she has just joined the cult and don't know. Right?
Hey, what's her new name now? What's her new name?
She doesn't know. She just joined the cult and do not know. She just joined the cult too, right? Because she knows what the humiliation feel like, the double talk feel like, and being caught off guard feel like, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then the letter came in. None of them was her wishes neither, right?
Not at all.
Right? She didn't wish for none of that, but it happened though, right?
Exactly.
Same rule apply, like yo. But again, they don't understand nature not, right? And then it was told not to look. If like she has every right to look at it, right? The jury can't, right?
Right.
But she got right. So then she would again. People keep thinking it can't happen to me.
Yeah.
Right? I'm so smart, right? It just happened to the damn judge.
Exactly.
To the point you said she had. Of course, she shook it.
Yeah, she is.
And I don't want, even though she said that, but before she said that, but no, she gonna have to prove she the judge 2 days from now.
Imagine word coming down on high. You think you are the on high.
Yeah,
and the word comes down on high that you got to shut the damn courtroom down.
Right, because could you imagine, like, she's still shooken.
I'm sure she is.
That judge is shooken. So she know a little bit of how they feel with the antics that he does. Right? Mm-hmm. She's still shooken, like, yeah, I know he didn't talk over me. Like you said, she talked over him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
yes, ma'am.
She talked over her. Like, so that's disrespect. He's like, I'm going to disrespect you. And I'm going to tell everybody you got that. And I'm like, wow. Again, so she's going to be another woman that's going to have to stand tall and show, that, you know what I'm saying? You the judge right now. You are the judge right now, and he just punked you.
She'll get the last laugh in sentencing.
She's not. It's sentencing, that's if it's a yay or nay. Right? She need to get her laugh before that. Before the yay or nay. Sentencing, we already know life, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she got to get it before that to make sure it's a nay. Then I'm going to show you the last laugh. That's the last laugh. But before that, being that she wanted to embarrass me, she doesn't understand that was all his mind. And now she has to be another woman. No, now you got to step up more, Judge. This is what he do. Yeah. This is what he do to women, Judge. But again, she right. Again, she's thinking the same thing they thought in the beginning. She ain't paying it no mind. Same thing they thought. But people who doesn't understand how this go, they probably can't. He did this. Oh, look what he did to. Yeah, they're talking about her. Like right now, they're talking about her. And now she's the joke right now. It's terrible, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. She is the joke right now.
Maybe this was needed so she can get a better understanding of what these people been through.
I hope she truly understands that. I hope she does. Right? And I'm looking for the... Okay. This is the news. I'm going to play it. It's only like 7 minutes. Because he ain't got nobody to speak for him, right? Nobody speak for him. So, remember, he's not a dumb man, right? They do dumb shit. But he's far from dumb. Right? He's far from dumb. Oh, man, what did I do with it? What happened? Oh, Oh, they came back twice. And they alleged victim tell what alleged victim? I thought they shut it down. So why would they put that? Okay, we're gonna do this like right here. Right now we get to see. So you can stay for this, Nene, or you can go on home and come back on.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up and join the live.
All right, baby. And we thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right, baby.
Bye bye.
Anthony said we don't claim that. Okay. All right.
We've got some breaking news out of Georgia in the polygamist cult leader trial. Defendant Ilio Nature Boy Bishop.
Ilio, they can't say that man name for nothing, but let's go.
Is asking the judge to dismiss his attorney, and things are getting heated. If you are new to this case, Bishop is on trial for allegedly raping one of his cult followers and releasing revenge porn. The defense's case is starting today, and the heated arguments started up moments ago. We're going to pick up from there.
The state's suggestion is that the court made clear that Mr. Bishop has two options under the and he needs to select from one of those two options.
Yes, all right, Mr. Bishop, the options are, 1, you can proceed with Mr. Booker. 2, you can fire Mr. Booker and you can proceed pro se. If you want to do that, we have to have what's called a Ferretti hearing and to advise you on the record of all of the dangers in doing so. The COVID issue has been resolved. The attorneys are fine going forward. The jurors are fine going forward. I'm wearing a mask. It's not an issue. So CDC guidelines are changing. Anyway, so that ship has sailed. We are going forward with this trial. We're in the middle of it. If you want to have a different attorney, you don't get to choose a different attorney in the middle of the trial. We don't stop for you to get a new lawyer. You either proceed with Mr. Booker or you proceed by yourself, period. Two choices. Those are the only ones you have.
Is that on record?
Yes, everything is on the record.
Okay, I would like to fire my attorney and find new counsel.
That is not an option. Okay, you're not listening to me, Mr. Bishop. The options are proceed with Mr. Booker or proceed without an attorney. Those are the two options you have at this juncture, period. Nobody in the back can help you. Look at me. I'm talking to you. Two options, proceed with Mr. Booker or proceed pro se and represent yourself, which is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea.
Why is that my only two options?
That's the law, Mr. Bishop, period. That's the law.
So I'm not allowed to seek other counsel?
Not in the middle of trial, no, sir.
Even if I'm not being represented right?
Sir, that's the ruling. Do not argue with me.
Is that on record?
Everything is on record, Mr. Bishop. Everything is on the record. So what do you want to do? You either proceed with Mr. Booker or you proceed without an attorney, but we're not stopping the trial for you to get a new lawyer. That's not how this works.
What about the COVID?
We've already discussed that, sir. You have a mask, I have a mask, we have hand sanitizers, the jurors are fine with it, counsel's fine with it, we are way more than 5 feet away from each other. So you're trying everything you can to not go forward with this trial. But
Because I'm not being treated fair.
okay, you are entitled to your opinion, Mr. Bishop, I'm not gonna argue with you, but we are moving forward with the trial, one way or the other. If you're concerned about COVID and you want to stay in the back and do not want to participate in the trial, that is also your right. And we'll try you an extension. That is considered a voluntary absence from court.
Really?
Really?
Because I don't want to be in here and be exposed to COVID?
then you can sit in the back and we can try the case in your
So
house.
I don't have the right to have any opinion on this.
I don't even understand that question. Those are your choices.
Meaning like make a decision on my behalf.
Okay. Mr. Bishop, this is the last time I'm going to tell you your options, okay? As far as counsel, you either proceed with Mr. Booker or you represent yourself, period. You do not get to stop the trial to hire a new attorney. Number one. Number two, COVID. I've discussed this with counsel. We've mentioned it to the jurors. Everybody is fine with going forward. We have masking in place. We have provided you with a mask. We have hand sanitizer. COVID's been going on for 4 years, folks. We got to figure out how to live with this. We are way more than 5 feet apart. And the CDC guidelines are in the process of changing anyway with respect to the isolation rules. And while they haven't changed yet, they are in the process of changing them to eliminate the isolation requirements and just to require masks. I am wearing a mask. I will wear a mask throughout the entire trial. So that if you're not comfortable with that, and you want to sit in lockup during the course of the trial, that is your right. And that will be considered a voluntary absence from the proceeding.
Will I be able to hear what's going on?
Nope. There's no feed back there. Nope, you wouldn't be able to hear it. So it's up to you.
So.
Two choices, sir. Proceed or it's go in the back. That's it.
And this is on record?
Everything, yes. Everything is on record. Everything I'm saying is on the record. So the appellate courts can hear it. If they think I handled it improperly, they'll have their discretion to do whatever they deem appropriate. So you need to decide now what you're doing. Do you want to stay in the courtroom for the remainder of the proceeding, Mr. Bishop, and participate in this trial?
Participate?
Yes. Testify, not testify, be here when witnesses testify.
So whether I'm here or not, this is going to go forward?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Who will be representing me if I'm not a lawyer?
You will represent yourself. Those are your
And if I represent myself and not choose to be in the court, then who will represent?
Nobody.
Okay, well, I would have to fire my attorney and not be in court.
Okay. All right, so that means if that is the case, you want to fire Mr. Booker and you want to remain in the courtroom. You want to remain in lockup, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that means there will be if you fire Mr. Booker, that means no witnesses are going to testify on your behalf. We will be presenting no evidence and we will move right into the closing arguments.
So are you saying that I'm not allowed to defend myself?
That's not what I'm saying at all. You have a right to defend yourself. You have Mr. Booker here, who again is doing an outstanding job on your behalf.
Not in my.
I told you your options, so decide what you want to do. Do you want to go talk to your client in the back? Okay, let's take 5 minutes.
Again, the judge did not understand what just happened to her. She is supposed to say what she has to say one time and one time only. And then say, I have spoken. The choice is yours, and leave it right there. If you hear how her voice got, she got nervous because now he's playing semantics with her, right? Even though she's staying stern, but she doesn't know he's playing with her. How many times did she say that, right? So again, he's in control. The judge do not know what he's doing at this point, right? Because again, people think it cannot happen to me. And we just seen live, it happened to her. Right? The minute he said, I want to fire her. Oh, would you like to fire your lawyer? Okay, so you cannot get another one. And if you would like to represent yourself, these are, again, she had to keep saying it over and over. At this point, she's not supposed to say anything again. But he got her. He was trying to mind F her.
And it worked.
Yes, he is a master manipulator. So, again, how many times did she have to be? Gonna spend 5 to 10 minutes. I don't have to. I'm not repeating myself. You heard what I said, right? The choice is yours, right? And then Booker, there's no. I don't know if Booker's is in on it, but first your chicks disrespect me and call me an asshole, right? And then you're gonna embarrass me also, right? I don't like the way he's Ninja. If I stay on to be your lawyer,
Girl, he probably highlighted right through that wood. He was highlighting so hard.
Yeah, because at that point he decided, because you knew he was not going to stay quiet. We know that part
Of
already.
course.
He's not going to stay quiet, right? But at that point, being that you want to fire me, okay, now I'm gonna turn my head. At this point, I'm not your lawyer, right? The minute you say you want to fire me, yeah, I'm gonna turn from you. I'm not your lawyer.
Exactly. I wish he could have done that, but
And
he had to stay professional.
And Booker don't know he got punked too, right? He got punked. You ain't gonna embarrass me like that in court, and I'm your lawyer.
Exactly.
Like you got punked because he's trying to say you ain't ish. I could do a better job than you. So Ninja, do it, right? And then Ninja, do it.
I agree with Diva Darkness a little bit. You know how you always get to jailhouse lawyers? Some jailhouse lawyer probably told him, yo, she got the vid. You can shut this whole thing down.
Okay, but what happens is that the judge has to address him as many times as she can, because it has to go on record when he appeals, and the applicant judge needs to see she was responsive to him. She was responsive to him the first time. She was responsive to him the second time. At this point, he's punking her. The minute he says, is this on record? And she says, yes. And then she repeated herself, right? Then he went from, okay, he's fired, and I won't represent myself. I won't. Now he's playing semantics and he's playing games. At this point, let him do the talking. I'm not saying nothing else. I repeated myself. I said it once and I said it twice. I should not have to have said this for 5 minutes. I should not have said 1 or 2, right? Pointing with how she did her finger. Like, no, I'm not them chicks. Your cult people play these games with you.
Yes.
I'm not playing these games with you. At that point, I'm not doing this. You do that to them, right? That is a them problem, not a me problem. And I'm glad he showed how he does that, right?
Yeah.
So, damn, this is what they had to go through all the time, right? Again, hopefully she realized what went down. And then now, okay, we got 2 days. Ninja, I calmed down. You done punked me. Now I'm on national TV getting punked, right? And Booker, like, Ninja, you done punked me too on national TV. Like, because win, lose, or draw, right? You just said for any customer that he might can get, here and let it be known he don't do a good job, right? Even if he win, he might could say, hey, look at all I went through and I still won, right? But it won't, they could say, well, because remember, that's because Nation Boy pushed it. You ain't push it. He said you incompetent. So if he had to take things in his own hands, I don't need you. So that could potentially have him lose customers. I don't think Booker really understand what Nature Boy just did to him also.
I don't think so either.
The minute even the judge says he's doing an outstanding job. and he still negated what the judge said to make him feel like no, he's not. So
Yep.
the judge, he could let, oh, he is, but he don't want to hear that.
Yep.
So hopefully Booker could show his ass. Like at this point, he just messed up your image, right? Messed your image. I would never, after watching this case, I would never hire you because you don't have no control. And when stuff got hot, you didn't take control. He had to take control, and he let the world know I have to take control because this ninja can't do the job.
That part, Miss Double.
It might be funny he wanted to fire his attorney when it's time to bring it's that still doesn't matter. He's after this case is over, Booker still has to make his money. So he can play the game, but Booker don't understand he has an image. Like he after this, he wants to make money. You just proved that you're not, but Nature Boy just proved to the world, whoever's watching, you're not a good lawyer. And then he also proved I could punk this judge to the point that, listen, once you fire, first, like I said, first your girls call me an asshole, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they disrespected me. And then on top of that, I'm working with a case where actually he is doing the best job that he can, right? Because certain things he cannot say. And he's also pushed in a corner because certain questions he cannot even ask because any question he asks going to make you look bad.
Yep.
It's to the point that any witness can come up there and lie their ass off with the correct dates, right? I can put the correct dates. And what you going to say? Because he can't say, well, that didn't happen, because even if somebody brings up, for instance, hey, I seen him in the video talking about his son. What let his son do blah blah blah. What Booker gonna do? Cross-examine that? Well, guess what they're gonna say? Well, where's the video? You know what I'm saying? Anything. Booker's in the point that he hoping that they don't say certain things, right? Because how do you cross-examine that when it's proof that he said it or he did it?
Right. This is why Booker made the comment to the judge that his only defense is that this was not basically the contradictory statements that he alleges they made on the, during the interview. That's his only defense.
Actually, Nature Boy did prove that, Brago. He did prove it. It's not just his opinion. Would you hire Booker right now? If somebody else had to take control and save him 2 days, right? Save him 2 days. Booker didn't do that. Nature Boy did that, right? Booker didn't bring up what she has and said that he doesn't want. Nature Boy did that. Booker was supposed to do that, not Nature Boy. So would you hire him? If you have a case right now, Bago, would you hire him is the question. So he did prove it. Why didn't Booker say, hey, we don't want to do this for a couple, I think it should adjourn for a couple of days. People are scared because you got the C word, right? Booker didn't do that. Nature took that in his own hand. Why would I want to hire him for if I can do this myself? You mean to tell me out of all 10 lawyers he done had, nobody is doing a good job? They can't. You gave them exactly. But at this point, Booker got the spotlight, right? Booker has the spotlight, right? So it doesn't, a lot of people don't know about the other lawyers. We do, right? Remember, the jury don't know about the other lawyers. Nobody does who don't know. All they see is Booker. And Booker needs to save his reputation because Nature Boy just destroyed it at this moment.
You have a point, because I don't think the camera showed it from that camera angle, but how this whole dialogue started was that Nature Boy literally took the mic and pushed it over to him from the attorney. So, like, just that visual of right before this whole dialogue started, his attorney was speaking. And Nature Boy basically said, damn that, grab the mic, and there you have it. Like, that's bold, and it does kind of make Booker look a little incompetent.
Exactly. People want to see what they want to see. They're not seeing like what's right there, right? It was right
Yes,
there.
Machete took the mic.
So, again, if I am looking for a lawyer and I see this one get punked, and I figure, well, damn, this ninja had to put stuff in his own hands. That means he's not equipped to do the job. So he just messed up his reputation, and he done cost that man some money. Because even if he win, it's not going to be like Booker won. It's going to be like Nature Boy had to intervene so he can win, right? Because now it's 2 days. He done bought himself 2 days, which Booker couldn't do, which Booker could have did on his own.
I wasn't looking at it like that in the moment, but I 100% agree with you. And it makes me question, so why does he really want this 2-day break? What's really going on here? And I think that it has to do with the witnesses that they want to call.
Right. So I don't know, like, again, I don't know Booker's in on it.
No, Diva, he wasn't.
Right.
They weren't.
They could have talked the day before. I don't know. Right?
Oh, no,
Was
I'm
the jury?
asking.
Oh, no, the
I was
jury was
answering Diva's question.
yeah. Diva Darkness. Yeah, I see it now. Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Booker was okay. This how we gonna do it. Right. You're gonna turn into Nature Boy like right now. Right. Cause I can't do it. But yes, you could have done it. Right. The same way it was stopped because of the sea. Then you could have did that, Booker. He thought of that and you didn't. All right. And then on top of that, he punked it. And then on top of that, you punked the judge to the point she had to speak to you for 5 minutes. And you can hear how her voice was one way, then it went down, and he made a choke, right? Even though she stayed sturdy, people saying, oh, the judge wasn't playing. Nah, he punked her. He made her feel a certain way, and he did that to make her feel a certain way, and it worked.
Yeah. Even to the point where she went into great length about, the whole CDC and guidelines for vid. It's like she never had to give up that much of an explanation to him, but she did. So I have to agree with you.
And again, I can't stress because they don't know. They hear these women, and again, they thinking it can't happen to me. That's how quick it can happen to you.
Yes.
With the manipulation, just that quick. That there's a judge up there, and he made that judge stutter, explaining. He made her lose control for a minute, that she had to sit up there and say all of that when she did not have to. She felt just like how they felt. Like I have to explain myself, right? Like I'm nervous, like right now, right? And he just said it nice and calmly with the C thing, right? And look how quick he changed her emotions.
Yep. And like I said, the note that came in, I wish y'all could have seen her reaction. When that note came in, the prosecution was still kind of going back and forth with Booger at that moment, right? When that note came in, she was visibly frustrated and upset. I'm talking about huffing and puffing, shaking her head, sucking her teeth. Like that note came in and shut the rest of the court, the trial down for the next couple days. And we don't know who gave that order to shut it down and, how that came to pass. So you're right. It's like he really did take control and manipulate the whole situation, y'all. He really did. The minute that he found out that the case was not going to be dismissed based on those, it was like 5 points that Booger tried to bring up to get the case dismissed. The minute that he found out it wasn't going to be dismissed, this is where we ended up at.
Mm-hmm. So, like I said again, that would be on the judge to say, again, he changed all the emotions and everything up in there. Now it's up
Mm-hmm.
for the judge to really realize what just is she. Like I said, she being that we know nature not, she doesn't. She hit.
Right.
Remember, she's seeing what they going through. She doesn't know he just did it to you, right? Now,
Yes,
once
ma'am.
she again, and look how again he was trying to get her to say something also, right?
Yes.
So the same way something that's incorrect. So I'm gonna mess with her mind. So she said all of that, but what if something in what she said was, like you said, the letter came in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what if again he knew that and threw her off her game, and then now she had to submit?
Yes. That's how it
Yeah.
came across. I ain't gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Depend
I
what.
want you to know is, so you see where they stopped the video was where they said to for him to go in the back and talk to his lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when Nature Boy came back out from that convo,
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the moments where he came back so puffed up. I'm talking about chest sticking out. That's one of the moments in which he like totally mean mugged the hell out of Nay. And like he just came back with this like, yeah,
Was the
I'm
judge
me.
there? The
Uh
judge,
the judge was, yes, the judge was back in the courtroom at that time. Yes.
right? So if the judge was smart, like I said, anything legal in her power, I'm gonna show you that manipulation didn't work, right? Because again, he wanted her the same way they could say, well, Nate said this, but they need to put that on the judge too. Well, that's why he kept saying, is this on record, right? Because he was trying to get her to say, that's why I said at that point, I wouldn't have said anything. I am the judge. I've said it once, then I said it twice. I don't have to keep going back and forth with you. People got to know when to stop the argument. And I
Yes.
can't tell people that enough. Sometimes you gotta learn how to what you say is what you say. You don't have to keep going further and further and further and talking more and more and more. That's what
Mm-hmm.
they want you to do.
Mm-hmm.
So once he said, all right, is this on record? She said, yes, it's on record. And then he got her to talk some more. And I would have left it. I would never have brought up none of that. That would be for his lawyer to find out. Remember, if it's continued, they know that information already. They know
No,
it.
no, Miss Double. Just to answer your question, so prosecutors don't have that kind of authority.
No, at this point, he wasn't being a defiant child. He was being a mastermind. And he showed you how he does it in court. He wasn't being defiant. It may look like he was being defiant, but he got what he wanted and he masterminded her, right? So again, all that testimony, they didn't realize. You should listen to what that cult man said, right? You should listen.
Exactly.
Right. It go for every people keep thinking it can't happen to me because that was disgusting. That was disgusting. And I felt bad for the judge at that point in time because I'm like, again, this man want to keep you talking. So
Mm-hmm.
that'll give Booker something to say. Well, the judge said something. No, this is what I said.
Mm-hmm.
We took all the precautions. Because they know, yeah, they gave us. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Again, I'm gonna play it again so you can hear how she's going back and forth. She didn't. Again, that was done purposely. He asked her more than once. Is this on record? This on record? Because he waiting for her to slip up, right? And then again, I don't know if Booker is in on this because it's no coincidence. After he said that, that letter came in. So maybe Booker was in on this.
That's exactly what I'm thinking, sure. Because
Because
think
they
about it. He had to do it in a way. See, defense attorneys have just as much of a need to have just as much of a rapport with judges as prosecutors do. So he's not going to outwardly go against her in court. He took that ish above her head. That's what happened.
right. So they knew nature not knew that letter was coming because
Yep.
like you said, whatever. So how did he know right then and there? Right then and there, let me say this. So when he said, is this for the record? That's why I wouldn't have had said nothing because Nature Boy, he must have had went to whoever and brought up her having the seed. However, how you put it, whatever that letter said went against what she just said, I'm assuming, because you said she was huffing and puffing.
Yep, it did go against what she had just said. It absolutely did. Because she was adamant that because the jury said they were cool with it, because the prosecution and defense said they were cool with it, because she was wearing the mask and she was more than 5 feet away from him, that she was going to continue on with the trial. The
So
other,
basically, she was supposed to suspend the trial, and basically, I don't think she did. Even though they said it was okay, what is protocol? But we don't know the protocol.
Correct. And the other thing that I want to point out is keep in mind that the case had resumed a little bit after 9 a.m. this morning. In other words, he was fine sitting in that courtroom with her having the vid, as long as his lawyer was presenting something that could work out in his favor. It wasn't until she sustained all of Booker's objections that or excuse me, all of the prosecution's objections. It wasn't until she sustained them that he then brings up this whole vid thing. Before then, he was fine with conducting business as usual. And also, if he really wasn't fine with appearing in court, he could have refused to get on the bus that morning. You see what I'm saying? This was an afterthought because because she didn't dismiss the case according to the things that Booker was saying.
Right, but something was fouled. But it could be a thing too that I'm gonna go there because we found this, right? So you have to sit there because remember you said a letter came. So obviously something was fouled to somebody that either he did or Booker did.
Yes.
So Booker gonna play the game while I'm fighting. There's no way in the world you're gonna say that to me unless I'm down with you. Ain't no way in the world I'm gonna treat you the same. After you said I ain't doing after what ninja what?
Well, the only thing I'm pushing back a little bit against that is because I've seen that happen time and time again. Now, I've seen it go a couple ways. I've seen attorneys carry on business as usual, and I've seen attorneys get salty. I've seen it go both ways, where, in the middle of a damn trial, somebody wants to fire their attorney. I've seen attorneys get highly offended at that, but I've also seen attorneys carry on just like he did.
I think at this point Booker was down with that because they knew that if the letter didn't come, I would be stuck with a question mark. But that letter
I absolutely
came
agree that he was down with that. Absolutely.
Being that letter came, that changes everything. And it was pushed for 2 days. That changes everything. So
keep in mind the person that delivered it. Oh, I'm sorry. The person that delivered that letter was someone who wasn't even in the dang courtroom at all. That's why I'm even more agreeing with you.
What was filed, right? What was filed for somebody to have to make a decision and bring that letter to the judge. So they knew they filed something and they knew that damn letter was coming in that day, right? So again, if I was the judge, okay. Like I said, that poor judge didn't know what was happening to her because she thinking these people right here is only y'all crazy, only y'all stupid, right? No, he got your ass too, right? Set you up too. What's up, Booski?
Hey, Saint.
Grand Rising. Hey, ladies. Hey,
Hey,
Nay. Hey, guys.
hey.
Peace reflections. This nigga here.
Outstanding,
I stand out.
I
outstanding.
stand out.
I stand out. You stand in, nigga, behind them bars. That's what you gonna be, and that's where you gonna stay.
Exactly.
He wasn't Young Thug's attorney. That's what the problem is.
Yeah, okay. Mhm. Okay.
He was an attorney that's gonna say Thug stands for truly humble under God.
Oh man,
That's the
I know one thing, boy. I know 2 days from now, if I was that judge, I'd be a whole different person. Right?
I
She
agree
was
with you.
pissed.
Everything legal in my power. Your ass is mine.
She
Yes,
said that
ma'am.
today.
Remember, key word, legal. Right? Everything legal
Mm-hmm.
in my power, sir. If you think,
Mm-hmm.
uh-huh.
She said, I know the law. I live the law. You don't, sir. She was pissed. It's nothing worse than a pissed judge when you the one on trial.
No. He pushed that emotion out of her.
Yeah.
That was
Does.
right. So that's why I said she fell into it. She just don't know that, right? You don't have to argue with him. You the damn judge.
Exactly. And you ain't got to give them no explanation.
But listen, she might have knew that. She might have just wanted to see how far he would go. Because any judge would have been like, cut the cameras dead ass on him. She want to see what he's capable, like, prove yourself. Let's see who the real you is too. They be playing mind games right back.
No, that's true. But the way her voice went down, nah, she got caught off guard. I'm gonna replay it again. Like the
She
way her
did.
voice went and the way she was taking her fingers, one or two, nah, that's emotion and feeling right there. That's not a mind thing. That's emotion and feeling.
You can have both. I be having both though.
You can, but the way I'm looking at her, she lost control.
Here, replay. Let's watch it again. Sure.
Right. She lost control. And then he became the controller. And now she's answering him instead of him answering her. Let's replay it.
Terrible idea.
Why is that my only solution?
To sale. We are going forward with this trial. We're in the middle of it. You can fire Mr.
Bishop has two options under the Sixth Amendment, and he needs to select from one of those two options.
Yes.
Allegedly raping one of his cult followers and releasing revenge porn. The defense's case is starting today, and the heated arguments started up moments ago. We're going to pick up from there.
Yes.
The state's suggestion is that the court made clear that Mr. Bishop has two options under the Sixth Amendment, and he needs to select from one of those two options.
Yes. All right, Mr. Bishop. The options are: 1, you can proceed with Mr. Booker. 2, you can fire Mr. Booker and you can proceed pro se. If you want to do that, we have to have what's called a Ferretti hearing. I need to advise you on the record of all of the dangers in doing so. The COVID issue has been resolved. The attorneys are fine going forward. The jurors are fine going forward. I'm wearing a mask. It's not an issue. So
now, even though he's faking or not faking, at this point, he fired him. Why is he still looking through paperwork, right? Because again, look at him. He knows what's going down. Booker is on it. He's in on it, right? Yep. Look at his face. Look at Nature Nut's face. So as she's going, she's explaining. Now, this video is 7 minutes and 58 seconds. Why does she have to explain this for 7 minutes and 58 seconds? Right? Let's go.
CDC guidelines are changing. Anyway, so that ship is sailed.
You're looking at the camera. Okay, I'm great. Lights, camera, action, right? So it ain't like people thinking he's looking at the people. No, he's looking at the camera because he's going to return into Nature Boy right now. Right? He's going to turn into Nature Nut. Right? So he's getting ready to switch his personality right now. He want to make sure the cameras catch it. Right? Let's go. He ain't looking for no people. He looking at that damn camera. Let's go.
We are going forward with this trial. We're in the middle of it.
See, if he was looking, I don't know how the seats are, but I would believe if he was looking for the people, his head would have turned a little bit more. If you notice, it stopped where the camera's at. Now, Nene is there. She can correct me if I'm wrong. But if he was looking for all the people that's there, his head would have turned a little bit. If you notice, his head turned and stopped.
So there are people in the direction he was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
However, you are right. The cameras are there in the direction he was looking at. Also, Nay is there in the direction he was looking at. His supporters are directly behind him.
Thank you. I keep telling you, I break stuff down, right? I have to break these things down to y'all. I go by what I see. He stopped right there. I don't think he cared about that. He looking at the camera because now his personality is getting ready to change. Okay, y'all got this on the good side. No, that's what he's saying to himself. Okay, y'all, here I go. Right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to mind F this lady right now. Okay, let's go.
Okay. If you want to have a different attorney, you don't get to choose a different attorney in the middle of the trial. We don't stop for you to get a new lawyer. You either proceed with Mr. Booker or you proceed by yourself, period.
This is about the second. Remember, it started off with her saying this, right? So this is 7 minutes and 58 seconds that we are getting, right? We never heard that he was fired for her to even come up with that conversation. So, which means this went on longer than 7 minutes and 58 seconds.
It absolutely did.
Okay. So again, she's feeding into him. She just don't know that because she don't realize she's messing with a cult leader. She knows this, but again, people don't understand because they think it can't be me. You're there with the master manipulator, right? She doesn't understand. It doesn't cut off for certain people. They're going to try to get whomever they can get. It's up to you if you fall for it. It's up to you. And when you are in control, the less you say is the best. Because no, I ain't going to do all this. Yes or no, right? I ain't got to do all this. I ain't got to explain. I told you. So again, when we cut this on, she's explaining herself. So I don't know what happened before. And for 7 minutes and 58 seconds, she's still explaining herself and going back and forth with somebody after she explained it. And at this point, it's like the second or third time. I don't know how many times before that, right? He can't hear, right? He can't hear or something. And if Booker is fired, why is Booker still sitting there? At that point, he ain't his lawyer. You just said you want to fire him. So Booker should have left the room and she's supposed to have explained that to him. But he's still sitting there, right? So obviously, Booker is on this. This is what we're going to do. We need a couple of extra days, right? Booker is on this, right?
At the very least, he would have told his client to shut the F up if he wasn't in on it. Like, that's weird to me that he didn't even say anything to Nature Boy. Most people would have at least told their client, I got this.
But Nature Boy has not been listening to him clearly. We know, knowing him, he has not told him Booker the whole truth. And it's also been rumors that he was seen arguing with Booker. He's anti-Booker. The women are anti-Booker. He don't like his attorney. I do believe she got a little out of pocket, but I don't believe that she doesn't know what's going on. You have to be an attorney for quite a while and to become a judge. And I'm sure she's come across a lot of manipulative, narcissistic assholes.
Don't think. Go ahead. I'm gonna let it play some more, but I don't think in this particular moment she understood, because again, this is like. Go ahead, baby.
I know like with court rules and procedures and stuff like that, you have to explain it to the people on trial and the people fighting the case too. Like you have to like make sure their comprehension is met and clear. Maybe they plan on going for something like a little weirder, like incompetency or something. I don't know, but just because like she was triggered, doesn't mean she don't know what's going on. She can see it. I know she can see this textbook.
No, she
gaslighting.
didn't. She didn't know she got gaslighted. That's why he kept saying to her, "Is this on record?" So, which means he understood very well. He didn't say, "I don't understand." He said, he said it repeatedly. Is this on record? So he understood very well. He's getting, I'm not saying it's going to work, but a manipulator going to do what manipulator do, right? But she didn't understand. After he said, "Is this on record?" She didn't have to keep going back and forth with him.
She even told him, I think after the second or third time he asked, "Is it on record?" She even told him, whenever you go to appeal, if they don't like my ruling, well, then they can make that decision at that time. Like, so it does give. She was defending herself vibes, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
When she never had to defend herself against him.
Right. He's trying to make her slip. I'm not slip because that is this like how many times you got to ask her? Is this? I'm not here to question. I answered it the first time and the second time. Remember, by the time we get to this video, it's already. It didn't come in with him saying, "Hey, I want a new lawyer." So, which means the conversation already started. So, what we're seeing is 7 minutes and 58 seconds of continuing saying the same thing. So, is this unwritten? Did you understand? What is yes or no? Maybe so. Right? And then don't say nothing. Let him keep talking to himself. She explained it before. Remember, we coming into the continuance of her explaining this. Am I correct, Nene, or not? You was there.
Yes, you're correct.
So how long in total was them two going back for her from him saying I want to fire and from the C word? Like how long in total you think he's going back and forth with her?
This was at least a good 15 minutes of an exchange.
And she's basically saying the same thing for 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So which means he still couldn't take no for an answer.
I do want to say some of that time was him just sitting there looking dumb, trying to decide which way he was going to go.
He knew which way he was going to go. He knew he can't get no lawyer right now. He just need a couple of extra days, right? Which is okay if legally, because of whatever they decided to put in for that note even to come. So he already knew he was going to get that, right? But I still think when he had to let her know, yeah, even though you're a judge, you're going to answer to me. And that's what she did. She answered to him. Right?
Here's the thing I do have to ask. If she wasn't because he's acting incompetent, she may know that he knows what time it is. But when it's time for him to get an appeal and all that stuff is on record, will it say, well, the judge didn't explain it to him properly?
For 15 minutes?
Yeah, for 15 minutes. Trial's going for, look how long Young Thug has been on trial. Like, trial's going for a long time. And I think a part of her is just giving him enough rope to hang himself. I'm sure I'm going to play with my mouse before I devour it on her end too. Like, I can give it to you just like you can give it to me.
Yeah, plus keep in mind that elapsed amount of time, it's not going to translate in a transcript, which when he appeals, that's what you're dealing with, transcripts. So how long of a time went by, that's not going to translate.
I hope that in 2 days, like whatever he was trying to do or whatever he couldn't understand, that, it took him 15 minutes or more. Hopefully she could show him in 2 days what she's made of. Legally.
I'm with you, for real.
Right. Being that you decide, right? So the point of you playing with me, and you got a letter sent to me, and you said whatever was in that letter, she huffed and she puffed, right? How you wish her, right? So like Ninja, Not only did you punk me, you did some ish behind my back and your lawyer in on it. That's why I
Yep.
said on that behalf, she got played.
Yep. Because to be honest, I thought the note has something to do with one of the jurors, because one of the jurors is was having a conflict in their schedule, and they had to leave at like 8:45 or something like that. So yesterday the judge told that juror, we got it. I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. Right. So I'm thinking the note was like, damn, I forgot this juror got to go. So
Mm-hmm.
I was not expecting that note to be somebody higher up telling her to shut it down.
Right.
Nobody saw that coming.
Right. So which means papers, this is what I mean by Nature Boy was in control because he knew the note was coming. Like if the note didn't came, I could say,
Mhm.
well, they're banting back and forth, back and forth. Now Nature Boy knew that lawyer or somebody put in something, maybe it could be whatever health guidelines that is there. Maybe they wasn't supposed to be there. Maybe it should have been shut it down. But something he knew for him to do it right at that point.
You're
That's why I
right.
mean she got played.
You're
Mm.
right.
I believe he had
You're
the wives in
absolutely right.
there.
She said as much that per the current guidelines, they should have shut it down. You're absolutely right, should. Damn. It's like you don't need me at all.
The wives are on for I don't know if they still are, but they were on to be witnesses, so they could have easily sent a letter into the court saying that the judge has been tested
If
positive for COVID. It could have been anybody. He could have had Juju send a
right.
letter in.
But he
Oh, oh,
still knew that it was sent. That's what I'm saying. He still knew that it was sent. And he still knew that the letter was going to be given to her.
yeah,
That's why he picked that timing to play her.
yeah,
And
yes,
Booker is in on it.
yes. And that
Because
was
That's what
that.
she
I was
didn't
trying to
even know
think.
the letter was coming.
Right. I was trying to think like in real time. Now, why the hell would he be even considering watching this from lockup? For why would he consider that? But it was because he knew the letter was coming.
I want to hear them jailhouse calls. I hope she pulled them jailhouse calls on him.
I
Girl,
hope
let
she
me
do.
tell you, I
She
am
know what's going
certain.
on.
I'm certain that she's digging all into their ish right now.
She's
Mhm.
not dumb. It takes 7 years to become a lawyer, and then almost another decade before they allow you to be a judge. She knows. She gonna meet him right where he at. He think he won. He may won a battle, but he ain't gonna
That's
win this
why I said
war.
exactly. Like, okay, you got that one, but in 2 days, legally, whatever is legally in my power, I'm gonna show you something. Because they played the shit out of her. That's why she was huffing and puffing.
Yep.
That's why we had to highlight it because the judge put two and two together. That's why
Yep.
Booker sat there. Ain't no way in the world you're gonna be disrespecting me, and I'm gonna sit there like, okay, nothing, like, because even he knew what was going down. He knew
Girl,
he
he was
wasn't
sitting
firing
there
no damn
eating
Booker.
his food. He was sitting there eating his
Mhm.
food like he ain't even part of this trial right now. You are absolutely right.
But see, I believe that Booker's sick of him. He's not defending him. He really don't give a f at this point.
But
I've
but
been I've
due
been
to
saying that.
but due to HIPAA, that info can't be disclosed to the public. That was his ace up his sleeve. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It was they played her.
Yep. Yep.
That's
And
why
she was trying to keep it on the low.
HIPAA.
That's why she discussed it with the jury, the defense attorney, and the prosecution, but she did not discuss it with the room. That was intentional, and he put her on blast.
thank you. That's why he said, "Is this on record?" When she was speaking upon the C word, he specifically said, "Is this on record? Is this on record?" And she's busy explaining herself, not knowing that he knew about that ish. And he put her on the spot. He knew the letter was coming, and he knew she
Hmm.
broke HIPAA law. And
Yep.
that's what they. So that's why look at Book ahead right there. Like, I ain't no worries, no worries. I ain't got no. Look at his face. I ain't got no worries.
Yep.
Let me look through
Booker been
this.
trying to
I
get
ain't
him
got
off
no
of the
worries.
technicality since he started, because he know none of this mess could win.
No,
So he tried to
the judge couldn't say nothing. She could say a lot 2 days from now, right? Without saying nothing, right? Cause they played up, like they played up.
What's up,
So she
Kev?
didn't say, right? She didn't say at this point in time your tactics ain't working because they shut it down. 2 days from now, she could say, okay, you got that one. Now I ain't playing with y'all. I am not playing at all. Because remember, we won't see how she walked out of there. Nene already explained how she walked out of there when she got that letter.
And she was 38,
Judge,
38 hot.
please pull the phone calls because he thought he
Hmm?
was untouchable. I'm saying to the judge, if you listen, please pull them phone records, please.
But again, that all that has to be warranted, right? They got to go to another. Even when they confiscated his stuff, they couldn't even look at it because even
Now I'm talking about
the
the
lady.
jailhouse. The jailhouse don't gotta be warranted
Oh,
because he be
I
saying
mean,
anything to the people on them phones. We heard it ourselves. He don't care. He don't curb his tongue, and he's especially when he in panic mode.
but the question, the conversation that him and Booker had alone to even catch her out there, we don't know. That might not be
Yeah,
no phone call, right? That
that
might
one
be a
is.
thing, right? That might be a thing when the lawyer and the person's talking like, oh yeah, she does got C, right? All right, let me go put this in. Let me go write this. This gonna beat us sometime. Then Nature Boy said, that's why he looked at that goddamn camera. Why he
Mm-hmm.
looked at that camera. And then that's why he started questioning her because he knew something was broken for that letter. He knew that, and Booker knew that. She got played. He
Absolutely.
She got gaslighted and played. He set her ass up. Why? Because he couldn't set up the people. Because the people was trained by Nature Nut. But the judge has not been trained by Nature Nut. So it's
Right.
easier to set her up than them, right?
Right.
It was
Right.
easier. They know his
He gonna get
tactics.
more charges.
The poor judge do not. If I was the judge, oh, really? And the way you said she was, right?
Girl, she was upset. Ain't even gonna. She was definitely upset. Yep. And the audacity that it came in through her hair, a note. Shut it down. That's crazy. Because mind you, this is what was
Take
clear.
that out. Take that. Hold on. Take that out, Miss Doubles, please. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please take take that out. Thank you kindly.
But what was clear is that he was like trying to get that ish dismissed. And when that didn't work, just like somebody said, this was his ace. I think Miss Double said it. This was his ace in the hole.
He's trying to get a technicality, but Booker
Hmm.
been trying to do
Yep.
that since he stepped on the scene. Since
Yep.
opening arguments. Because what
Yep.
else does he have? What else
Not
does he have?
nothing.
Even that interview with homegirl, the other CC that the client has, like that's not even a solid argument right there. They can't argue that either. There's nothing to argue. That
Booger's
girl
trying it.
fresh.
That's what his 3 of the 4 questions is about. Is
So,
that interview.
in a sense, let's say the victim, she got 2 days to get her emotions together and really explain how she felt at that moment. So thank him for that, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we both, because if not, she would have been questioned at that time, right? So
Right.
now she got, you said he got 4 questions. She got 2 days to get them 4 questions together and say exactly how she felt
The
about them
only
four
thing
questions.
is, should they made her leave the room. So she, as far as I know, she don't know about that.
I'm sure she
She
do.
not,
People have big
yeah,
mouths on the internet.
yeah. She gonna know when they call her ass back in, right? So
True.
either way, they have to tell her it's been postponed for 2 days. Now, whomever is around her need to say, now you got 2 days to try to remember.
Right.
They
Somebody need to
tried,
do a your
right. They need to really tell her, express how you feel because that they couldn't do that for so long. And we got to remember that. They could
Yeah,
not articulate Go ahead, sis.
She's one of the main ones too. She's very like she pontificates everything and she pacifies herself, and she's very like not strategic about her words, but she's so cautious of hurting somebody's feelings. Like Janae puts other people's feelings above her own. Oh, I didn't mean to say her name. I'm so sorry.
I know
You
we
know,
both been sorry. We didn't
yeah.
mean no harm.
We didn't mean no harm. Yeah, she definitely puts other people's feelings above her own, and she was just coming fresh out of it, and she still like her home was in the same area, vicinity, place. Like I'll be terrified when Velvet left when they were in Puerto Rico. He was banging out that window, looking through the screens and everything like that. They be setting people up. You see the way his own members are acting in front of the courthouse on the court's property at people. So why wouldn't she be scared and cautious of what she's about to say? I want to stay on this crazy nigga's good side.
I agree. I agree. Miss
Mm-hmm.
Double just said something that I believe is 100% a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Doubles just said, hold on, I gotta find it. When we talk about his clothes and what he should wear, even down to the color, he comes in the next day with exactly what we said the day before. And she said that's because the three birds is watching and reporting what we say in the comments back to him.
Well, I want y'all to know y'all can go home. Your families are waiting for you. This man is not going to get out. He's never going to put his hands on you again. He is just a man. He bleeds blood just like the rest of us. Remember when his tooth was aching out of his mouth and his mouth was as swollen as the fist that he put in your face? You don't need him. Get
Exactly.
away. He is nothing. You are worth more than this trash. Your kids want you. They deserve a mother.
They like, who? What? A kid? What kid?
And nobody's gonna bash you when you leave. Nobody's gonna get like you're not gonna be dragged by the public. How much worse can you be abused than you already have been? You deserve better. And you can get it. It's in your reach, but you have to get it. He's never gonna give it to you.
Well spoken, sis.
Well spoken. Couldn't have said it better myself.
And take your meds.
That too. Heal.
So, like I said, the poor judge got played. But again, you take the lemonade, you take the lemon, you make lemonade out of it, right? You played me today, but there's always the last laugh, right? It's always the last laugh because you're trying to find any way you could for a mistrial. Again, now that the judge see how they are playing, now she can play her game, right? And do it all legally, right? And I'm telling you, whatever the prosecutor say, what you say? Sustained. Scratch, don't scratch. You're right. Nope, don't scratch that, right? Because
Exactly.
that was that bullshit. And again, if people who don't have good eyes ain't gonna realize what just happened, right?
Right.
They're gonna be like, oh, the judge, I don't really get what happened with the judge. What's up, Faith? Right? They're not gonna really understand what, like, no. This is 13, 15 minutes. But the minute you say to me, is this on record? You just changed the game. And then a letter comes to me. Oh, baby. Game done changed now, right?
Yep.
I can understand that point of view, right? I can understand the games you playing, but you did this under my back. Like, really? you got me for HIPAA, right? Because what they're trying to do also is get her out of there and get another judge.
What's up, Martin? That part.
So they're gunning for that too.
Yeah, and at this point, it's like a couple things. Like, okay, we see now we're not getting this case dismissed. It's not going to be thrown out. So at this point, let's play for the long game of the appeal. That's pretty much where he's going with things from this point forward.
Yeah, because 2 days from now, we don't know what her test's going to be. So why would you say 2 days? Right? So if they say 2 days and that test is still with a P there, positive, well, then I guess she can't be there, can she?
Exactly.
So that brings a whole new judge up in here.
Right.
Him and Booker already discussed this.
Right.
Right? That's what guilty people do.
Yep.
Right? They find loopholes.
Yep.
So
That's what it's about. Loophole.
she got 2 days to come up negative.
Mm-hmm.
You going
Yes,
to prison,
ma'am.
nigga. Now or later, you going to prison. Because now she also gonna pull every rabbit out of the house. She gonna find every extra charge to hit you with. That's why I said them phone records are so important. Because number one, he ain't even supposed to be talking to them women. So even if he's doing it through a third party, that is
Hey,
super illegal.
hey, Raven. Raven, do me a favor. Take that name out. You know we don't mention other CCs by name.
And the curse word that go with it, right? So yeah, please take that out. And at this point, listen, it's been a 7-year hurrah. It's their show. They can do whatever they want to do, right? Because it ain't like the ninjas was not talking mad-ish, right? And he don't need to be inside of there anyway, because he was doing most of his stuff from outside, right? And it doesn't take away the fact that regardless of how he was acting, you went and told Popo on him, but you purposely went after a woman. To the point, Nene said she was ready to throw some hands, right? So
That's a fact.
again,
Oh,
we want to
bird
bring up
test.
him. We want to bring up him. Nah, look at these two little dust balls here.
Exactly.
So
Still
it's
run around talking about something. Push a
right,
tree.
right. So for a man, I'ma call Popo, but I'ma attack a woman to the point she's so scared and nervous that Nene had to walk her the other way to make sure nothing happened to her. And thank you for that. Because she put herself in danger too. So I don't want to hear about what he did. What he did.
He did what he's supposed to do, protect his wife.
No, he didn't know about that. Nene.
Nah, he didn't know about that. He wasn't there.
Right. He wasn't
That's
there. That's what
afterwards. Once they got outside.
I don't know what happened afterwards yet. That part I don't know yet. All I know
What
is
happened
Nene
when they
had
got
to get her
outside? When?
statement to
Yesterday
him.
or today?
No, today.
Yesterday.
No, today.
Oh, well, what happened when they got outside is they was pushing tree. Me and her went one way and they went the other.
Right, but they still went after that woman, right? Because they already told Popo on the man.
Right.
So they didn't do nothing to him. So now he can't go in there, but she's in there, but they had no problem going after her. That she was so scared. Nene had to spot where the guy was at.
Yes, ma'am.
And made sure she walked her damn near to him to make sure she was okay. So, yeah, let's not keep it off of them and try to make it seem like I don't care how the other people act. They are not on trial. And guess what? Now she could go make a report too.
Exactly. I told you that was harassment.
And I hope she should.
That was harassment and intimidation.
And should.
What's up, Lady D?
Yesterday when they were yelling. And
no, they caught her. They caught them in the elevator this time today, sis.
No, I understand that today, but when when it happened yesterday, it was homegirl. It was the stud homegirl in the cafeteria, and then when they went out, they said something to that woman, that man's wife, yesterday too.
Yes,
because
they did.
He said that. Yes, when he said something to them, he was like defending his wife. That's what I was talking about. So it's not like he was starting with nobody. And they are witnesses, so I can see them being able to come back, but not even sit in because they're still witnesses too, because they were supposed to be. That's why they were dressed in their Easter best. But just to keep things some protocol. They're like, okay, so, well, just to keep the peace, you we can't allow you back in, which I understand because even when any type of aggression goes on, both it's for your own benefit, we gonna keep you far because we know how a man is about his wife.
Right.
And then they're gonna turn around when they know they took the man out the picture. You're gonna attack her, and thank goodness Nene was there. Like we're gonna
Thank
tell
you, Nene.
Popo today, and then okay, and man, listen,
And
Oh,
man,
you know, I
it
listen.
do
was
this for
yesterday. Why
real.
would they start again today? They tried with that reverse psychology BS. And like, come on, I love you, I love you. Like, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be a cult. You are not supposed to be a cult. You don't know how to button shit up. You making it worse. They always making it hot. The wives be making it hot. They be making it hot. Like,
Hey, is Jackie in the room? Faith, one of y'all, can y'all remove for my kids so she can
Nah,
go be with
I'm
her free
um
God?
I'm
I got her. I see her.
I
Hold
was
on. Where's she
with
at?
the block.
You did your big one. Goodbye.
And guys, I don't say nothing. You see it, pow. Everybody who's saying that, why is everybody who says that, why y'all don't go live with him? I would like to know why. If he's all of that and he's your teacher, why he
Right. Let
only
him in
had
your
like
house.
why he only had like 5 people? All y'all should have been there getting slapped on it. Being that y'all like it so much, right? All of y'all should have been right there with him. You and your kids, everybody else.
And
Being
free
Exactly.
that,
him to do what? To free him to do what? What exactly?
I mean,
Girl,
y'all
they just
like
want to be entertained by nonsense.
because they lived through him. They lived through him
He ain't getting out.
because
Them Bible books.
it they lived directly through him. But I'm like, why he only had them little bit of people there? He should have had y'all should have bought that man a big old land, give him all your money, and follow him.
Mm-hmm.
Then follow him for real, not for fake. Follow him for real,
Where
right?
his daddy at? Where's his daddy that helped fund just the starting of this BS? Where he at? That's your God's God. Him and Bruce Lipton, them two. Bruce is gone, but where his daddy at? Because I'll be suing that nigga right there. That PhD motherfucker.
Boy, I wish y'all could have seen some of the old mammies in the dang courtroom looking stupid in the face.
Nay. Hello, everybody.
What's
Nay,
up,
the
D?
reporter.
Who's
I am
that,
so
D?
proud of you.
What's up, Lady Z?
You're doing such a wonderful job, girl. It's time for you to change careers.
Oh, I probably do need to do something different.
Now, you know why I really came up here, don't you?
Why?
I got to keep saying it in line.
I'm sorry, Lady Z. I love you. I'm trying.
You get to using them big words. I'm telling you, girl. I'm sitting here laying down as soon as I heard it. Let me come up here for just a minute. Just a minute. I'm gonna work the chat a little bit. But did he ask for a lawyer? A different lawyer?
He said he wanted to
No,
fire his lawyer.
I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
I knew
To
that was
which the
going to be
judge
the next
said,
move.
hell to the no, no, no.
but that was part of the game. But that was only part of the game till that letter got
Exactly.
here. That was only part of the game to the. That's why Booker was sitting up there like, woo, woo, doo, doo, doo,
Highlighting to the ground.
doo, 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 doo. Doo, 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 doo,
I
doo,
would have
doo,
loved
doo,
to have
doo,
been
doo,
there to hear
doo,
that one.
doo, doo. That's why. Look at him. He ain't got no look at all. Like I know what's going on too. Da 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 da. Let
Just
me
cut
act
that
like
shit
I'm
off.
highlighting something.
Cut that shit off your head,
What's
Eligio,
up, Nisha?
Prada,
If
Tyson.
If Dr. Bishop take that stand, I'm falling out. I'm telling you now.
Because now you will represent himself now, ninja. We ain't
Please do.
doing this all over because he know all the trigger words that's going to make them sink in. Like it might not work, but might not work with true or whatever for the ladies. But again, that will still make him look bad because they will show how he says certain words. But again, he showed his little back. He played that poor judge today. He played her. He played her. Him and Booker played her. They probably doing a high five today for how they say laugh now, cry later. So
Hmm.
hopefully they laugh now and they will cry later.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't want to mess with my judge's temperament too much while I'm in trial, fighting for my life. No, thank you.
And then That's a whole big system. And they had problems. It's not for her to not carry on. Once she states it to who she needs to state it to,
Mm-hmm.
and then somebody else makes the call. She does not.
But she let the court know, right, Nene?
Right. She did her job.
Yes.
So that's why she said she went to she went through the procedures, and at that point, they supposed to tell her yes or no. So she said they said yes, and everybody agreed. Now at this point, he could say, "Well, I didn't agree." Remember, she said everybody agreed. She said you would have asked, I would have asked, but that doesn't mean he agreed. So that's where Booker go, oh, this one didn't agree. He's nervous, right? So that's probably what they did, that loophole. So everybody said yeah, but maybe Nature Boy didn't say yeah. And that would be the grievance there. I didn't agree to this stuff. Right? I didn't agree. No, they agreed. I didn't agree, Your Honor. But he can't say that because he put it in paper.
You know what? I believe it was Booker probably to ask him because she does have to tell him too. Like the judge come down with this, da 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 da. Do you want to proceed? And he probably was like, well, can I not proceed? Can I halt? And he's like, yeah, but do you do you everyone else is proceeding? Do you want to proceed? And he said, okay. And then when he felt the pressure, then he took that back. He reneged on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Not trying to call it on the carpet.
Because
But
even if
I don't
she
believe
asked
him and Booker
Booker,
were buddy in the back.
I believe so. Just by the way he looking. Look at his head. No worries. Do.
He
Lights.
don't give a F about none of this right now, though. I don't think he's not buddy with no Alicia.
I think they planned that together because I believe he's the one that put in that paperwork to get to whoever it had to get to shut it down. He didn't think of that on his own. Nut didn't think of that on his own. Booker did. Booker knows the procedures. That's what made him say that. And that even if you just look at the still picture of Booker face, do. No worries. The whole time, let me flick through
He
these
did look
paperwork.
unbothered.
Right. Let me act like I'm reading. Do. No worries. And he's like, next boy, go do you for 5 minutes. Like, because he wasn't even shocked. The man said, was he shocked when Nature Boy said, I want to fire him? Remember, they're not showing that. When it was first said, how was
Not
Booker
at all.
face?
He didn't bat an eye.
That's not the first time he's hearing that either.
I'm talking about today. He fired him on the spot. Right? So for him to fire him on the spot in court, right? Now this time he's letting it be public notice, right? Not behind the back, whatever, right? So when he says that in the court, how did Booker look?
He barely looked up from the dang on paper he's looking at now. Truthfully.
I could see Alicia saying to him though in the back, like, you're fired, because he already said it. He was like, you're fired. So it wouldn't shock me either. Like, here he go. Like, what, do what you want, but you cannot just get a new lawyer. I'm your lawyer to either gonna make you
that letter
do or whatever. But if you
that
try to get a new lawyer, it's
that letter changed it. That letter changed the whole scenario. That plant letter changed that whole scenario. If that letter didn't come, I'd be like, yeah. But that letter came, she got even more mad. And they're not mad, so of course they're not mad. Shit, I know what's going down. It wasn't like, Ninja, you doing, because even if it was like, Ninja, you doing this again, I'm not surprised. You would still cut your eye and be like, oh, brother, right? He didn't cut his eye, do nothing.
He didn't.
Nothing.
I just don't know what's the end game here, though. Like, all right, you did your big one. 2 days is 2 days. It's not a lot of time. So now what?
Because I believe for her to be there in 2 days, she is going to have to be negative. If 2 days, if not, they taken this time out to see if she could still be the judge.
When was she tested? How long have they known this?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Right. That's what I'm saying. These are the things they know. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So she got 2 days to be negative to proceed or another judge. So it's another set of ears. So he figuring now when I get her up on this daggone thing, I can now work my wonder with her, and it's a new judge that's there, right? But
The Most High
people
gonna send him a
forget.
black woman. If
But
he gonna
but
do that.
people forget. People forget that these judges friends now.
That too.
they these judges are friends. I may not be there, but I'm like, yo, girl, this what this ninja did. You gonna have this. Sometimes they ain't even gotta say nothing to each other. They so cool, really. All right. They ain't gotta
They
say nothing.
gang. They go to happy hour together after work. They all drive him crazy.
They hooking up their children and they like, my grandkid, oh, that'd be so cute together.
Not only that, but there are plenty of judges that have attended court from virtually. So I don't know that. Not saying that that might not be their logic. I just don't know that it would work. You know what I mean? Plenty of
Mm-hmm.
judges are
I
conducting court from home.
I hope so. But again, being that they're bringing Nay up, she got 2 days to really, again, verbalize and express how
Hmm.
she was feeling. And she got to let them know, yeah, I was scared for my life. Like, you can't tell like, you cannot tell somebody you not at that point in time. We ain't talking about at no daggone, we're not referring to the Uber y'all keep wanting to bring up. No, I wasn't scared.
Hmm.
That's why I said that from the beginning. No,
Hmm.
she was not scared for her life then. Even though they were whipping her, she wanted to leave, but she wasn't scared for her life. Once that door closed, and remember, they also stated that don't close and the doors got to stay open. And now all of a sudden the doors are closed.
Right.
They already established there's no locks and the doors stay open or cracked. On that, and that's what I'm saying. The prosecution is not listening neither. All of
I
a sudden, the
I agree
door
with
is
you.
closed. When all of y'all said there's a no closing door policy or it's cracked. Now all of a sudden he break the door is closed.
I
So
really
again,
want to understand why. Is it just me, or is this case being handled across the board differently than many
that's
other
what
cases we've seen?
I said that from the get-go. It's something ain't good, something ain't in that water, something ain't good with that water. I have stated that time and time again. There's something ain't good with this water. I have no idea.
Yeah, because it's like there's so much evidence that's not being allowed in, and they're going in, but only to a point. They're not establishing, giving the right context for just how this cult has worked and how he was able to manipulate and dominate over these people. Like, I'm not understanding why this is going so differently when there's so much to pull from.
And then this point of her wanting to be queen and she didn't get what she want. You can't prove that neither because the him being mad at her came Malia. Remember, Malia, she wasn't president. That's why I said that. I don't know how. Yeah, was you can't say she was queen of nothing. We're gonna call it nothing at that point in time because you just mentally broke and wanted to run away, and that was the purpose of him looking. Well, basically, she wasn't queen then, but let's just say she was. She wasn't at that point in time because he said, "I want a new queen. It's going to be who do y'all pick to be the queen?" That is on video. So she can't say Malia was queen at that point in time. She was not.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point in time, as he was feeling good and everybody going, "Oh, it should be uh the alleged, we're gonna say the word alleged because we don't get no trouble. Alleged victim, And when she sat up there and said magic in heaven,
it was a wrap for her.
So no part of this case, to me, no, because if she was leaving, like, how did he feel about her leaving and stuff like that? If he said he didn't care, he called her back upstairs, so he did care, right? They wanted that he called her back upstairs, so something was bothering him, right? It wasn't to give her back her stuff that they took, right? It wasn't to say, hey, y'all so wrong, give her all her clothes and her chart. It wasn't that. So what are you going upstairs for? I know that would be pointed by the time if he was supposed to take the stand. But like I said, I don't know. Somebody better get back to me. I wish you was able to speak to her, get her. She got 2 days to really, really say how she felt in that moment.
Yes.
And be honest, right? She was scared for her life because some people didn't make it out of there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Joy says she would have testified, but play that video after this, right? And Joy said, I can say that name because that's not her real name, but she ain't even testified anyway. But she said she'd stop watching and she would have testified because he said when them two used to go at it, right? She said Nature Nut would say to her, you know, we on the island, right? They might not find your body.
Oh, wow.
They might not find you. Yeah, but she gets more in depth in
Joy,
her.
you can still write a letter to the court. You can still do that. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to.
And at that point, she said she was scared for her life, but they would try. They people keep trying to twist them, right? Even though they out of Nature Boy's control, that doesn't mean he hasn't taught them how to, like when you put them on the spot, how to get out of the spot. He taught them how to do that very well. Because how many people used to go at them, right? People used to go at them all day, every day. They're used to that, so you're not tripping them up. He did teach them that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what it is too with the one on, you know, homegirl, let's call her. She naturally, if you know her, or you've even like been on her pages and stuff like that, she is extremely non-confrontational person. She don't like anything that even remotely sounds negative. She would try to pacify anything. She would try to talk people down. You can't even tell her shoelaces untied without her blocking you. Like she doesn't. She's not a bite back type of person either. So like she would be the type to comply to just get herself out of there safely. And like I keep saying too, it's not like she was like V or even Sheba who could go back to Washington, or V that could go back to Louisiana. Where she went to her friend's studio. That's more than everything in that area is like 30 minutes away. I would be terrified to think of the possibilities of what could happen because what I've seen him do.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, she cut off everybody that she had to find somebody she don't know that used to be the Kelly girl that who could help her because he made them cut off their family. So at that point in time, most of her family is in NC, right? Oh, maybe, right? I don't know. But y'all know what I mean, right?
A lot of them are still, her friends are still in.
Right. We don't want to give out the state. So we don't know, right?
Right.
So even who, if somebody throw you out in the middle of the car on the road, what are you to think, right? Because technically that's what she was going through. Like, I'm in the middle of the road here, like, what to do?
And she said when she finally went back that like whoever, like the family member she was staying with was like, you like, they don't take in people without a job. She's she was raised, she's a Jamaican. She was raised in the Caribbean. Like, you can't just stay here without paying nothing. And that type of, she knew what type of energy she may have been going back to. And where was her last job on the books was in this area that the cult was into. Like, you can't just hop right back into like reality like that. And then she still was in love with homeboy, the other homeboy, you know the one she was in love with. So part of her was just like with Joy, trying to get him to get out and come with her too. So she didn't know she was going to try to go back and get him. So you want to upset nature nut, and then you have to go back there trying to get the love of your life, and then what? So you can like, so she didn't know she was gonna go back. People go back multiple times. She didn't know. She wanted to stay on his good side. I'm not gonna sit there on another CC's channel and call him all type of R-wordists and essayers and vagabond, and then I have to go back and try to get anything, even my stuff.
Anybody, right, right.
Even my things.
And even on top of that, that interview is not legal binding. It's not. It's a regular. I don't have to explain
Disclose anything.
to happen to me on I can say I said it the way I wanted to say it because I'm fresh out of it and I'm just giving a description. That doesn't mean that interview is an end all be all, right? That's not legal binding. Like just like what we're saying right now is not legal binding. Unless you can prove that. You will have to prove, right? So to go off of that, you will have to, and they can't, even if she said that, it's not, you got to prove it. Yep. And that's not legal. And who's to say she didn't do an interview right after that once her mind got right and say, hey, I did get bait. Now she can finally get the words out of her mouth. Like, are you going to take all her interviews? Because in that case, whoever pointed it out, then we can take all interviews too.
And sometimes a woman don't know something illegal happened to them. They don't know that. They know they feel terrible. They know they feel dirty. They know they feel violated. But they don't know, hey, that was illegal.
That was a point Sid made a while ago that, you know, sometimes victims don't even realize they're victims until somebody points it out.
Even Joy, when I showed this right after this, even she, when she came back, right, she even stated when Musa did it to her, right? When she came back, and even she said she would never forgive him for that because she was stuck at that point in time too when it was Musa, right? That interview is very, very, and I didn't see the whole thing. I want to be just as surprised as y'all, but I'm going to definitely play. That was now with her on that stand, Booker would have been scratching his head, right? Because she's very, at this point too, she's been away for a while and she's more articulate, right? Because it's not fresh. So now she gets all her thoughts together, which again, the Cherry didn't have that time, right? The point is they took her stuff. She been baked. So she did what she could do. She's the only one. These people now got their thoughts together. She's the only one that stood up who didn't have her thoughts together. She went to Popo immediately, right? So of course everybody could, talk better, right? And then the fact again, people there, Booker he's really thinking Fufu is better than him because every point he made out, Fufu put up there, right? Even with he was talking to, we're gonna say just Sheba, right? Well, was you talking to her? Remember you did a video for him when you left, right? Well, yeah, I was still under the influence. God dang it. Like what's your point?
Switch.
Right. These are all the things. Remember when they put that video out on her? Like he's following. No, he ain't doing his job. He's going by everything that Fufu and them said and did in that intent thing. That's what Booker is doing. So again, I would never hire him.
You know the other thing that he's doing that probably does make him a good defense attorney in someone's eyes is he is highlighting all the ignorant thoughts and excuses and rebuttals that you hear repeatedly from other ignorant ass people. You know, like I'm trying to give a good example.
The almanac with V, he was trying to write.
Yes.
About all these dates and all these locations.
Yes. And just the whole mindset of you couldn't have been baked because you left the Uber to go upstairs. These are very common,
dangerous,
ways of thinking. We hear it all the time. And in that regard, I feel like it kind of does make him sort of dangerous because of the makeup of the jury. You only need one or two people to have those same ignorant thoughts and same ignorant questions to throw this another way.
I still wouldn't hire him. Because
Me
They
either. I would
said
hire
they
him to
said on
defend
the
my damn
news,
dog.
on the news comment section, they said, "Oh, Booker's his lawyer. He might as well go to jail now." That's what they said on the first day.
I mean, it right. And then, I mean, like I said, I do see where, listen, I got a job to do, and I agree with Nanny on that behalf. But being that I know what Fufu and them put out, and I see him doing that to the T, everything that she said, well, they need to take this in, right? So, okay, he's not using it, but technically he's using it. So
Yeah.
who's the lawyer here? You or Fufu?
I said that. Remember, I said he was basically repeating everything that Nature Boy and the Three Blind Mice had said.
Because
This
that's
is
what
from day
Eligio
one of the
was.
trial.
That's what Eligio was getting mad at, because he wasn't fighting the case the way he wanted him to fight the case. That's why I said with the other thing that he was just gonna be like, all right, go on, whatever, like what you want, we'll do it, because I'm tired of this. My daughter got a rehearsal, a recital. Like I'm just saying, you want me to say the sky is neon green, then whatever.
Right.
Like
right.
he was giving that energy last week. Like he don't even care, because like even Livio said right now, like my lawyer's not fighting the case the way I asked him to. I told him to. He's probably getting screamed at by the woman and him.
And then he did it again. That man is smart there, not just the lawyer, but Mr. Liggio. He made sure the jury wasn't there when he did the outburst. That's what he was looking around. Okay, they're not here, so they can't witness me acting a fool, right? They won't witness me going to these different personalities, right? They won't witness my manipulation. Because
I absolutely
the jury
believe he picked
was
that
out
time.
the room when that took place. So everything is planned to the T.
And he always
everything was planned to the T.
He think he fighting the system, but he really be fighting himself. Just like a case in point when he said, "I am God," went home with his friend asked him, "Didn't you promise God that you wouldn't put your hands on another woman?" And he said, "I am God." Well, nigga, you can't keep a promise to yourself then? If that's the way you honestly feel, you even lying to yourself. He don't realize how he be cutting off his nose to spite his own face.
I love the way your mind works. I swear I do think. Because you are so right.
Don't make me cry. Thank you. I love you for being there. I love
you cutting off and on, baby.
There. It's fine. No, these AirPods. I gotta get some new AirPods. I think they was in the water.
Oh.
And I love the way that you report everything. You strategically, you write everything down, because my ADHD mind would never be able to be on it like that.
Me neither.
Y'all should see me in there with my pen and pad.
Me neither. Me neither.
The bailiff tried to play me today, and I had to invoke my sis Sugar real quick.
Oh, she pulled them coattails. She know how to bring you back to
yeah. I had to bring a little bit of sugar love with me, because the bailiff tried to play me like I'm just a regular old nobody. I was like, I'm gonna be right over here with this media today.
Now what? He gonna go to jail, and I hope now. I'm waiting for the new charges to be brought up and all this other stuff, because this is just even the stuff you on the record. Could the state press charges with the witnesses?
I'm ready to press charges. Shoot,
I know, right? Seriously though,
what you talking about? Look what we going through now.
Right? Yeah, we all need a little therapy after all this.
Shoot,
because it's like, oh gosh. Because I know in some cases, like if things are severe, well, I know a lot of that didn't take place in their vicinity, in the district too. So I guess not. Because the state will be like, "Fuck it, you want to pull back, then we'll do it." They should have did that with Maisha.
I mean, again,
my phone froze. I agree with you.
Regardless of whatever, like I said, I applaud Nene for even in her mind stating enough is enough, right? I applaud her for that, right? That she took a step. Everybody else went home and talked about it on they told us, but she the only one went to the popo, right?
She
even
saved
if she
lives
said
because
right. So if people, they may not want to see it like that. They want to see it as technical as it can be. But yeah, she may have say some words wrong or whatever, but we get it. Like they like abusers is not gonna get it, right? But
And
we get it,
sympathizers
right?
of
How
abusers
many
are not
more
gonna get it.
women is going to right? How many more women gonna get abused by this man? How many more women gonna, not gonna have their right state of mind? How many more women got to be at his beck and call and lay there? Like how many more women got to get violated? Like that poor girl came there with a husband. She did not think that she was gonna get sodomized like that. That how like people again, people don't care. Like, well, that ain't got nothing to do with this case. So it's like F everybody, like it's okay. So, we can't get people to see or understand, you know, what's the severity of this case. You know, I just hope the jokers. I'm tired now. This we ain't been getting no sleep. Me and they been from here. We 1 o'clock in the
Girl.
morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, right? Because we had to get this together too. So that we don't they don't know
Mhm.
we've been working. God bless her.
Yes.
She taking time out her day, and I'm glad that she's also getting the experience, right? She's there. She get the experience. And, hopefully, like she's with the press now, and she's
Yes.
representing us. And hopefully, she said Thursday she might be getting into that. All the other ones might not be getting, but she's the one that got it. So I'm proud of that. Hopefully, girl, woo, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine,
Yes,
let it
ma'am.
shine.
Yes, ma'am.
it
So a
will.
lot,
It
so a
will.
lot of people is trying to get to the place where even when Nene is at, where she can sit with the press, right? How many other people sit with the press?
Nobody but me and the rest of the press. But you know what? What's super dope for me is uh I know that how passionate I am about our people and our youth, and to even be a drop in the bucket of maybe changing someone's mind or being a drop in the bucket of, letting another survivor know that they are not alone and that, there is support, just to be a drop in the bucket of all of that is just so amazing. To be useful, to be of service to God and to his children is my biggest desire. So I'm just super grateful.
Cause
That's beautiful.
yeah, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that if you're in a cult, you cannot say no. So I don't know why we got to keep going back and forth. That's even down to the men. Anytime you a man and your nickname is throat goat,
Girl.
right? And he's a young kid. I'm not talking about Jack. Jax was already in jail before, so he done probably had some fun in there. But Jax is a baby. We may
Yes.
not, no, we don't like him, but he's still a baby,
I'm still a
Yes.
baby.
right? I may not like his antics and all of that bull crap, but reality is he's still a baby, and he's been violated too.
Too.
Hmm.
You to the point that they sat up even when he did poor little baby girl. What's her name? The one who got beside him. We ain't gonna say her name. But even before he did that, he said, "You're not ready," and called her in the room and made her get on her knees, right? And
Yes.
I'm like,
Yes.
mm, 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 mm. And then called her another time. So he knew exactly the plan. Like each woman, he know what's the plan that he has for them. Like he know how he's gonna torture them. Like this calculated bull crap for pain, right? He knew she looked innocent. So the best
That
way
part.
to take your innocent away from you is to sodomize you. Because somebody said she like a little girl. You was there. Who saw her?
She does. She looks like a little girl. She
So let
does.
me right. So let me like he knew that
Look at the ones he chooses. Val is like 4'11". He knows who to try. Like baby bodies. That phrase alone right there says a lot.
Right. And I'm like, each one to bring her in there. Okay, your turn. Come here. Close the door. Like, get on your knees. Like, if somebody's not thinking about it, like, how do you even commit to that? Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? You notice your surroundings. Okay, I guess I better, right? And
yeah, what you supposed to do? Turn into a Power Ranger and fight like this nigga? Like he's like 6 what? Like, what are you talking about? And then everybody on the outside of the door is team him. When he says attack, they all gonna jump you too. If it ever gets to that point, are you crazy? She's not a Ninja Turtle. None of them are.
Exactly.
Right? And then to bring her back, and when somebody is ripped, I'm not saying it, I don't know what took place, but we know he didn't do it with care, right? Even with Sheba, he didn't do it with care, right? That's why she was ripped and stuff too, right? And even when she said in her, not this one that we saw, but even in her original one when they was talking about it, she said, I did not expect for her first time to be like this, right? Obviously, she wasn't thinking about, and as soon as he got there, he was working her, be with this guy, be with that guy, be with that guy, right? So he's working. At that point, she wasn't even thinking about men. She came there for the knowledge. And you already got her with men, but he knew that he told the men, don't touch her, right? Until I touch her. Because he said he dreamed of a virgin coming, and here she come, right? So all of these things he did, and I'm like, and if people think that that's okay, they're going to show you, women, please, you got to protect yourself, because there's a lot of predators that's out there, regardless of what you say, they don't like you women, right? And even with the men, that even though that happened to them, they didn't even, at least women they're more brave than men, because they didn't even ask the men have any of that happen to them. They didn't even embarrass none of the men like that. They not near one.
Exactly.
Not near. You got Solar right there. They didn't embarrass them. Women is the one that's telling their business and getting embarrassed. But we heard that it happened. They're not near one time, because they must have said, "Don't ask me them questions."
Right.
Solar
I
still
was
look
sitting there
dangerous. His
in the
energy.
courtroom crying, in part because I cannot imagine. Okay, given oral pleasure is a very intimate thing, right?
Yeah.
Very intimate act. But I could not imagine having that image played in a room full of reporters and attorneys and judges and strangers. And I could not imagine that image being blasted online for whoever to see.
And
Like,
especially where his support is there too, not even believe. You know what I'm saying? You liar, set him up.
Yes.
Free him. Right. And then he even said in the thing, she's a prostitute. How can you bait a prostitute? Like right then and there. He showed you right there that I have no, and there's no way he could say that will take the love, even that would take the love right out of it. Right?
Guillotine.
Right. That would take the love right out the equation.
I didn't know you heard. Wait, hold on. Did they? You heard that in the interrogation video?
Yeah, I was going to play it until this took place, right?
Okay.
until all hell broke loose now.
But that's not the first or only time that he has said that or coerced others to say stuff like that. We've been hearing
I just couldn't.
But this is what he said to the DA.
Yes.
When for questioning, right? So this is right, the interrogation. This is when it counts, right? We heard
yes, ma'am.
say, but when you tell when you tell them that she's a prostitute, like she's like right then and there. All right, what more does this man need to say? I'm a ladies' man. I get all the women. She's a prostitute. So, uh, and of course, you could be when men don't like you, that's the quickest thing they say, whore, slut. And you could be a straight up virgin. They still always throw these names at us all the time. That's textbook names that they throw at women. I'll use a B. And so are you, right? Listen, and I'm the female, I guess you want to, right? But even who, them the first things they throw, right? Because that will show you his motive there too. Like, how y'all not see this man motive?
Exactly.
And young sisters, because he gets them a lot of times to come back and to stay because he puts that pity party on the young sisters. You cannot change a man, and if you ever with a man out of pity, that is the wrong place to be. Because you feel sorry how he was raised, how he was drug up, what happened to him when he was a child, and oh, I feel so bad for him. That's why no, go, because nobody's changing. Nobody
Save
is
your
changing.
pity for yourself.
He was like this when he was a kid. Yes, save your pity for yourself, for real. And he gonna die like this. Just like you're not gonna change. You a good soul, you're not just gonna change. No, you are who you are at your core. That is, you can learn to adapt to it, mitigate it maybe, but a lot of people don't because it's who they are. He enjoys being who he is. So he's never gonna change. Ever.
Yep.
He gonna keep on beating you, he gonna keep on taking it when he wants to, he gonna keep starving you, he gonna keep you up. All of that is never gonna change. He likes it. And just
people don't realize
parties and tell you like a few kind words here and there, that's not enough. Say that stuff to yourself.
Yeah, and then what people don't realize, they don't understand them Three Stooges. If he come out, he got to rebuild, right? So the Three Stooges don't understand you has aged out, right? Now he need younger. So only thing y'all gonna become is mammies, right? But all his attention, he got to now recruit other young girls. Y'all had aged out. Y'all damn near 30. No, when sick people want young girls. So if y'all thinking that, oh, and be the wifey live happy, no, baby, y'all don't know how it go in the pimp game, in the regular game, the modeling game, even when they only want you for your youth. Your youth is gone, right?
And he wants you for your appeal too of other men, and nobody is out there checking for his quote unquote wives because y'all look sickly and abused. So he's not gonna want you for that either, because he really don't even like women. He don't like men either. He's an asexual as far as I'm concerned. He do what he do for dominance sake. And if nobody is checking for them, he's not gonna want them. That's why he was trying to get Jay to stay too, because he knew that she was desired. Nobody was saying, "Oh, look at Malia. Malia's bad. That's a bad like BITC
right.
agent.
And
no,
then
she's fine."
And then, of course, in his mind, she done had Yorks. Like she done went to these places. He had people that's way more higher than him, right? So in his mind too, I want to prove I'm better than York, son. Right? I got her. Right? Ha ha ha! I'm the highest king. Like, cause being that remember he said to her, well, y'all calling her this, right? Remember, he could swing both ways. He could be with you or against you, right? Right. So when he's with you, now he's like, well, y'all can say what y'all want, but look who y'all have screwed, right? I mean, besides him, but she screwed people with who got whoever she screwed, but they are people with knowledge and stuff like that. They're not dumb people. So in his mind, and I'm the one, like, it's like so many things is going through his mind, and it's all in that video the day before. It's there. It's there.
And case in point, the fact that she even after, like when she left the first time, who she was able to quote unquote bag and stuff like that. He knows nothing the other women could do anything like that. He was still going back and forth with those men, constantly debating them and trying to prove how much better he is than them, but he had nothing on them. There was always sun in him. He was always in competition with the others in the Hotep sector.
He got mad. He got mad at the guy because his woman wouldn't stop saying, "You call my girl," when he like, "Nah, these my girls." Like you get, that's very annoying. Like you are talking. You could tell him to stop saying that. Remember, he was. I don't know if y'all remember that debate, but he was mad as heck.
He was
That them,
very mad.
when them women wouldn't stop saying, "You God is God." Like I'm talking right now, and he told them girls to still say it. Right? So
Shoot,
they can
shoot.
still
What's
say it.
homeboy's name from Bigo again? TK, TK, whatever. Shoot, you need to pipe
TKO.
up too. Yeah, maybe you could get some time reduction or like a good nod on your case if you speak up and tell how he was acting, because that says a lot too. Speak up, you weirdo.
Nope, because he's just as worse. He's just as bad. Remember, he was a pimp too. He beat them up too. He another one. He another one too. Only does the box side, doesn't do the VJJ. He another one. He's very violent too. That's why when I said in the video, I said that's what I said. Nature Boy, it takes one to know one, right? And then when TKO thought he was fooling Nature Boy, I don't know if y'all remember that one. And right now we just alike, right? And he's like, no. So they like Ninja, you try to play that nice role. Nah, we are the same.
Oh, he got the same type of case, and they need to show the prosecution needs to go in there and show all the videos of them, being buddy when they was in Vegas and all type of stuff. And this the crew, birds of a feather flock together. Here you go.
Mm-hmm. But again, I was referring to. I didn't know about I don't think he had a case at that time, right? But I'm talking about when them two first started talking. Right, so TKO thought that he was going to fool him because he was trying to make some like he's the good guy, and when they was going at it, and Nature Boy was the monster, and then Nature Boy pulled his car like, "Nah, Ninja, you a monster too, right? But because you're a good guy." I don't know if y'all remember. I will find that when Nature Boy pulled his card. So then, yeah, because it takes one crazy to know another crazy. It takes one to know one, right? So I don't know if TK thought he was fooling, but you didn't fool him because he knows what it looks like, right? You got the women there. The women, they won't leave you. Like that girl, hit that girl, whatever her name, I forgot her name. She didn't see her parents in forever.
These are your colleagues, though? Like, these are your colleagues? That says a lot. And Cortai brought that up, too, like who you hang out with, because I didn't even, Polite's ass was one of his colleagues.
Who colleagues?
Nature Boy. These are people he communed with on the regular.
I don't think no, Polite didn't pay him too much mind. He was, if you remember, he kept trying to want to debate Polite, and he had to beg Sinetta just to debate him. And then every time he tried, like Polite, just like remember Polite doing his own thing, right? So he had to beg Sinetta just to even speak to Polite. They were not friends, right?
No, I'm not saying they were friends. I'm not saying that. I'm saying colleagues, like people you commune with, people in your sector, in your circle.
Right, they wasn't. That's what I'm saying. They wasn't. Because
even they have plenty of videos back and forth. That's what I'm saying.
That's like, when they had the debate. But
yes.
But Sinetta had to beg Polite to do it. Like they were colleagues. And then that's when Polite blew his ass up. And then he was crying, "Well, can you not use them big words, please?" Right? So and then he the one shut him down the first time in front of his wives or whatever. And we was joking, "Oh shit, Polite gonna take your women." So he didn't even like Polite because
I'm not saying I think you're thinking I'm saying something else. I'm not saying that's why I'm not saying that they were friends. I'm not even saying they were cool. But this is the circle still Polite is in the same circle as him, and this is the person he was competing with and trying to prove how equal, if not above, Polite that he was. Like this is the type of, you control your women, look how I control mine. They were in the same circle. Colleagues don't mean you have to be friends.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like they just, especially with men, that's the way they
he couldn't
with each other.
He couldn't even beat Pharaoh. Shit. Like he couldn't even beat fucking Pharaoh, right? Right.
And it's a group
So
of men that are known to what? Abuse their women, to like, like pimp them out and like have all these cases against them when it comes to DV and SA with women and children, or they're all like competing with each other, trying to prove who's the best to each other. They all in a circle together. So why would he be any different? They all manipulate people. They all try to like make their own tribe and cult and all that other nonsense. They all like it's like a hive.
At this point, I'm not you guys on the panel. I'm not answering no more. We know what this ninja is, right? I don't believe none of us is far from stupid. We've been all watching this 7. I don't want to hear no if Nature Boy nothing, right? It is what it is. You're not gonna right. You ain't gonna throw a little pointer. That's why I'm not paying you absolutely no mind, right? You ain't gonna throw a little pointer. No, I'm not answering nothing. At this point, we are tired, we are drained, and it's shenanigan after fucking shenanigan, right? And you worrying about that, man. We worrying about the people. People worrying about him. We ain't worrying about him. We worrying about the people.
I'm laughing because I had a mental countdown going in my head of how long it was going to take. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I was counting down like, okay, any minute now. She was getting ready. Let it be known. She got 0 F's to give about that.
No. I mean, create a whole page and go do that. Like,
right.
Like we don't know she said the word okay. Like we fucking know this already. Like we're pointing it out for what? We ain't gonna change our mind. If you don't know what that man is, and people keep trying to point, like we don't know, like we really that stupid. Now, what we doing here is we could say how we feel about but we ain't none of us staring in no direction for him. Right? And not one person on here. Please stop.
That's another thing I wanted to say, Shug, about what she
says.
says. Even when she, with the other CC's interview, she also is not American born. She grew up on patois. So it may take her a minute to get her, like, her regular verbiage together, especially when she's in panic mode or her anxiety is up and stuff like that. So that, even though that's a small point, that's still something to take into accountability as well.
I agree with you.
Even in a household of patois, even if she came here when she was a baby, like she would like the sector she was in, because she even sometimes slips back into it. It's almost like a whole nother language.
Yeah, she does. Because that accent was coming out strong on the stand. For real.
So excuse her for not being an attorney and not using the proper legal verbiage. Like,
I'm going to block you for a little. I'm going to block you for a little bit, okay? Don't. No, let me do this, please.
Okay.
Thank you kindly.
Now, are there any patois speakers in the chat or anything like that?
Like, I understand it very well. We all from the Caribbean background, baby. I understand it very well. Okay.
So you know how it may take your relatives that were born on the island to like get their proper English verbiage together.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also, when Caribbean people get excited, that means now they talk more in their native tongue, and it makes them go faster, right? I don't know where that person is at. I told nobody to touch her. Now, where'd she go? I don't know why I don't see her, but I'm going to find you. I don't know. I don't see her. I only see her on this end. But you're going to stop playing with me. Seriously. I see everybody else. That is crazy. See you tomorrow. All right. Because we tired at this damn point. We not in the point where we're talking about it. And we try. No, this is trial time. Like we don't know these things. Same thing. The same thing. The daggone jury gonna have to think about. Right? They're gonna have to make a decision. Is he a beast or not? If y'all want him, y'all want a technicality to send him home because y'all figure that's the legal way to do it, then fine. But we know legal way doesn't matter what she said. Y'all know what happened. But if it makes y'all feel better, then make your own page and make y'all feel better. I don't care who it is. You could do that 1, 2, 3. Y'all all could get together. But for people who have been watching this year after, we don't feel like hearing that shit. Like we didn't read it ourselves. Like we didn't watch the damn interview ourselves. Like, come on, stop. People's lives are on the not hit. Even Valvin said, when they tried to throw that little bomb up in there, well, his life on the line, and she had to say, what did she say, Nene?
My life is in danger.
My life is in danger. Yep.
Act like, and somebody else said, "Was you?" Of course, not somebody. They said it. People hiding in trees and shit, and behind bushes, because we don't know how many followers he got. We don't know how many people got his picture on the wall, and y'all thinking this shit is a game.
And he was taking when they come in, he takes all their documents, their passport, their IDs, their credit cards, everything, to leave and know that he still has those numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Your ID has your address on it.
And the families too, yes. Because ain't nobody move out. You 100% correct. And he got all their social security numbers. Yeah. He got everything. And people want to play. Yes. He know their mama's names. And then if anybody sent him like something like, of course you sent the cab, whatever. He got them accounts. And people keep thinking this is a game.
He made them open up stuff too. Don't forget the PPP loans and all that stuff. Like, he is devious. What you think, the devil comes at you with a pitchfork and a snarl? No. They come at you appealing. They say everything you want to hear to reel you right in. That's what them demons do. And either you just like him, either you playing dumb or it's not an act. That's what it is right there. Either you playing or you really are just like him. Like, what is it? Ask yourself that question.
Exactly. What do you say about this, Day? Because that's your state. Look at the question. They said, just remember the judge is a blank woman, and this is a WSS. I think she want to say something state, and she has the last. I hope so, because after he played her ass, they played her ass today, boy. she got 2 days to come up negative, right? Oh, hopefully they'll do it, on the thing or whatever. We don't know, but it was 2 days for a reason, right? But people, I didn't even know they had people behind. And then, they up there going after women because she was one of the women in the damn elevator, and them 2 little sprouts that he have. Nene had to really compose herself because she said they was about ready to catch a 1-2. And she had to compose herself. Then they trolling people. It's getting out of hand, and they want to play this game. Because by you saying that, that's still making him look good.
Right.
No, he's not good.
And don't play, because all of us that's been in this sector for 7 years going on, we all have. I'm sure everyone could dig in some old cloud and find some evidence of being trolled just for combating by these fools. So don't act like it's such a like an avant-garde thing to think of him trolling or stalking or harassing people. They've been doing this.
They've been
on
doing
his
it.
command.
Right.
And there's other channels you could go to talk that. I'm not gonna keep saying I don't want to hear that shit.
Go to Bigo. That's a good place to go.
Yeah, that's where all his people at. This is between Big, like his YouTube don't like him. Bigo loves him, right? YouTube hates him. And I don't know why you can say love and can't hate. You can't say hate, but hey. But YouTube hates him. Bigo loves him. Right. Go to Bigo or go to some CCs that's want a think tank. This ain't no goddamn think tank. Like we stupid. Like we didn't read. Like you telling us something we don't know. We know all this already. Everybody, I'm quite sure. Do you know, say Hudson? Do you know? Do y'all know? Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe y'all didn't see it and y'all need to know something. I don't know.
Nah, I pretty much got a good grasp on it.
And Nene was there live in full effect.
Exactly.
We've been riding with them through this stuff happening live. We were there for the live footage. It happening live. We hear the stuff that he didn't save, that came out his mouth, the IG lives that he didn't like post and stuff. We heard and seen it all. We know how he operates. And it's very textbook at the end of the day.
Yeah, and then they say he was giving her the look of looks today, boy, really intimidating her. When the jury's left, he talked. You gotta explain that because we wasn't there.
Yeah. Okay. So after the part y'all saw, where he went back and forth with the judge or whatever. So whenever the judge told him to go in the back with his attorney, when he came back out chest up, all puffed up, giving the evil eye to Nay, like really staring her up and down for a long, awkward amount of time, to the point where everybody else turned around to see what was he looking at.
Oh, so that's why. Okay. So I see now why you said that they was planning this in the back. He's so stupid. I swear, this nigga's dumb.
I'm talking about gave her the look of death almost.
Oh, that's what happened. You wasn't in here when she first came on, say Hudson.
No, I wasn't.
Right, you was. She first told because you popped in like a lot later.
Exactly, Machete. Intimidating the witness. Exactly. And I don't understand why the prosecution is not like pointing that out and making a bigger, like addressing that with the court.
You probably got an ace up their sleeve. And plus that, God bless.
God bless.
And plus that whole like his interrogation alone. What like
seriously. That was very damaging.
Like, are you kidding me?
He's goofy. And then, off his own words, how do you treat a prostitute, right? So, obviously, what you think? If you know it's a prostitute, then how do you think he had sex with her? Like a lover? Like he said it out his own mouth. She's a prostitute. I can't bape a prostitute. Like that's the thing that people always believe, right? You can't bape a prostitute. Yeah. Again, we shutting women down and closing their mouths because by saying that, that's what men think. Or if she was around a Sally, she'd never have the right to say no.
Right.
Because she gets around. That don't mean all the time. She gets around when she wants to.
Exactly.
But they think that being that you have been with people, I have the right to get me a piece too. No, you don't.
Talk about it. You are not entitled to my body under no circumstances.
If you don't, that's how I keep. If you don't know the law, there's wives that don't know they've been unsaved by their husband. And ignorance is no excuse, especially in a court of law. You still broke the law. I didn't know that car. I couldn't go in that car. The door was open. I didn't know I couldn't go in there and take the purse. I don't care what you knew and what you didn't know. You broke the law. It's illegal.
I ain't never seen nobody make love to a prostitute. I'll wait. I seen them probably do it the way either their wives can't do it, or I seen them treat them because they're not getting none because maybe they're not very good to the eyes. I seen them like do certain things. When somebody say it like that, that means no feeling at all. So that will also say that when she said something about how the intentions was, and he said that what she say, he was faking or something like that because he saw her as a prostitute. And nobody saying nothing what this man said. Y'all keep telling me what the fuck she said. Y'all not
And he
saying
made you get
nothing
in the
that
shower.
he said.
He know what to do. He know what time it is. Making them get in the shower afterwards. That's for the kid. That's a kid purposes.
Exactly. So just in case you want to run after, exactly. If you want to
Especially
run
when both of them were
after
trying to
him.
leave anyway. When both of those women were trying to leave anyway, that stayed at that. And he forced himself on them. Then gonna make them jump in the shower. This ain't old school stuff. Like people hear this all the time. This is stuff that these type of demons always do.
People want to come, even or they was trying to trap up the girl Ray I was playing. It's a shame that women have to keep explaining this over and over and over, and men who it happened to, they don't make them do that. They were abused too. They did not ask them questions to not one of the men, because you know what? I'm not saying that they are not brave. I'm not saying anything happened to them, but it was never mentioned what happened to the men there, right? When we already heard stories of what some of the men were doing, but the men were protected. Their sexuality was protected.
But
And
not
the
that booty
woman
hole.
there was degraded. It was degraded. I mean, in the public, they were degraded, and it was put like the woman they supposed, but the men wasn't supposed to do it. But they made sure that the men didn't have to relive none of that, to the point that the most of them are gone, if it's true what happened to these men, right? So none of that. So they are protected far as if the cameras and stuff is there. And for people who don't know, who hasn't been going through this, I mean, for 7 years and heard stories, to the regular people who don't know them, their manhood is not taken away, but these women are. Their womanhood is taken away because you saw them as pawns. Like, I could do whatever I want to do, but that went for the men too. But they were protected. The women was not. They had to tell them gruesome stories. Yeah, that's not surprising.
He's praying. I hope them red pills hear that too, because he preys on your sons too, and your grandkids, and all of that. He makes them leave their kids. He still actually preys on them as well. He still takes their manhood mentally and physically. It's not just the women, because I know a lot of y'all are anti-woman and it's after women. No, the stuff that was done to you that you too scared to tell somebody about, it was him. He's the one that did it. It's men like him. He's them demons that you fight at night and you bite your tongue about, but still haunt you. And then have you out here drinking and leaving your kids and beating your wives. It's niggas like him. And you condoning it and egging it on. You waving his flag. You working for daddy.
Just like that judge that think that she was gonna get played today, and y'all they could think the same thing too, right? Because even in 11 Alive, right? It's so funny, right? Let me just show. Oh, I can't show y'all here, right? They even got the picture of his picture in the frame, right? I don't even know what they said, right? But that's showing alliance in a sense, right? They got his picture with his picture in the frame. Like, he's some great man. Just like now, folks want to address SA. Now we know the high numbers of men who now see it's happening to, but we are still on what display to represent it. Like, that's why I'm like, there's plenty of other chats. Take that over there. We thinking about the people. We ain't thinking about no nature nut. We think about the people. You don't want to think about the people he hurt and stay someplace else. Right? I'm so sick of that. Like, I get it. I get it. Even like I said yesterday, people like, oh, they all need to go down. Their time will come when that time come. We gotta do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. And then we don't know what if they told whatever they told when they was talking to the popo. There's certain things we don't know. So we can't assume they didn't tell everything. We don't know.
That's
Maybe
something
they
to
got
say.
immunity, right? Maybe they got immunity for telling everything. That's why they sat there not worrying about what questions was going to be asked. We don't know, but it still doesn't change the universal law. Universe going to deal with that anyway. So I'm sick of hearing that. Do y'all want at this point? We don't got all of them, but we got this one.
This is
Now,
the
even
case.
if they participated, they're not the devil. He the devil. They have done that. Their time will come. Well, we got to get one thing at a time. One thing at a time.
They were all in compliance too.
Right. But we're not disputing that. Being in compliance, that at this point in time, they're not on trial. And again, didn't Sheba, yeah, I did that. I did this. I did. So we don't know what they told the popo. We don't know if they say, yeah, these are the things that happened, and they have to include themselves when they're telling the story. They have to. They have to include, well, what does team A be? Team B. So True have to say what he did with team A because he already said he was team A. And so we don't know what was said. Right? And we don't know if they're going to revisit stuff. And the universe too. Even if you do it's sad, that's how the universe, even if you do something good, how they say no good deed go unpunished. Even if you do something good, sometimes you got to pay for that too. That's just how life is. You got more people who do good. That's like, damn, I wish, more people who do good stuff is suffering because you got to be careful with doing good or bad. You have to be really careful. When you think you're doing good and shit blow up in your face, you do something bad, people walk away. And that's just life. That you can't. Everybody has done something out the kindness of the heart and got shitted on,
That's what
and they
real
wish
karma
they
is.
never, and they never did it, right? And they never did. Like I ain't do nothing, but damn, but so no good deed go up. So the universal laws it's gonna handle everything. So but can we get him off the street first? Can can we get this? Look at he ain't even whoever did his hair, they ain't even do his hair over, right? He went from looking so fresh and so clean, right? He went from looking like a gigolo. Now, as it's coming to the end, he want to wear a suit and stuff, right? So he looking just a nasty and dirty, like the haircut gone, right? He ain't got no earrings in now.
Just cut that shit off, boy.
you know.
Satin.
Satin. Hey, DJ. So like I said, we know about them being in. Yes, Lord, believe me. Did we not see the videos of them being in compliance? Right? Did we not? Did we not see that?
He does a lot of double talking too. I've noticed. Like he'd be the type to say something like, "I didn't eat I didn't eat all the spaghetti. I just ate that last little bit that was in the pot." Well, that's the same thing.
like
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 that's
when he like when he beat up a liar, he said, "You hit yourself." You hit yourself. Like what?
I didn't walk out the door. I just left the house. What? See, that's the type of shit that made me want to choke somebody. Like,
I forgot not to drink nothing while you talking, right?
because
I
what?
forgot when you talking. Put whatever I'm drinking down, right?
Hey,
You're gonna
hey,
make me
Saint,
spit it
and
out my
then you and your lower self for noticing this shit stuff.
Yeah.
mouth.
Well, nigga, put it on the floor. We gonna be down here together. Because what the what? Oh no, you see, that's why he likes the other women, because y'all, for the
Mm-hmm.
most part, y'all got a little bit more. You got a little less ignorance than us sometimes.
I understand that, but you got to remember two things. It doesn't, to make him go out of character doesn't count if the jurors is not there. If the jurors is there, I can say yeah, but it's not hard to get him out of character. But remember, the court didn't make him go out of character. Nature Boy went out of character on his own by saying, I want to fire him. So the courts didn't do that. That was Nature Boy getting into character, right? But so the courts cannot pull that off if the jurors is not there, right? So that's why we got a witness right here that would answer, who was there, who could answer them questions, right? So I would agree with that, but the jurors is the one that say yay or nay, right? So if the jurors is not there, him getting out of character and the jurors don't see it, it doesn't count. So they're not the ones that's going to say guilty, innocent. That will be the jurors, right? So when I thought that too, and then they say the jurors didn't see nothing. They was going. What you said that was before? Like how long was the jurors out, Nay?
Child, today they were out more than they were in. Put it that way. But this entire dialogue about firing Booger, they were not in there for none of that.
Right. So we got to scrap that one, right? So they already, believe me, the judge been in. They know what they got sitting in front of them. That's why they try to either mistrial, and just so happened everybody did their jobs, and then being that he got a little narcissism in him too, Mr. Booker, right? So he's not getting the calls that he want to be called, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he tried, okay, maybe they didn't do this, and it shows that everything that the police did, they did to the T, right? But he's still looking for something, which that's his job to do, and he's mad that things ain't going his way neither. So them two narcissistic people allegedly, right, concocted, well, hey, HIPAA law. Guess what? HIPAA law.
Mm-hmm.
She did say she got CV, right? That's what we do.
Yep.
We get on that. That's what they did. So hey, they finally got a victory, right? They finally got that victory. I don't know, again, we don't know what's for. We won't find out until 2 days, right? What was their plan? We're gonna find out their plan in 2 days, right?
You know what else too? You know, Nature Boy wants to get off on I'm right and everybody else is wrong, but Booker trying to get him off on a technicality because he know that that's not true. That's what and the lead is the type to not want to even take that off as a technicality. He don't want the technicality. That's not good enough for him.
Exactly.
And he's never gonna get that.
Exactly.
Yeah, he wants to hear.
Exactly.
I did nothing wrong by taking somebody else's body. I did nothing wrong because I'm supposed to be able to do that because I'm God.
They my wives. Remember, he said that too. They my wives. How can I take something from my wives, right?
He gonna get worse.
I'm gonna play
like
that.
He always does. He's gonna get worse if he was to get off. We know he's not getting off, but if he was,
Because
it would be worse.
What the people is not thinking about is, God forbid, they're not thinking about his new recruits, right? They're not thinking that far. They're not thinking who going to be the new recruits if this ninja get out, because he got to start over, right? Because there's too much power. He ain't giving it up. But the thing is, it won't be televised. So what may happen to your kids? We would never know.
Right.
Never know. Because everything is still going to happen, but he would not put certain things, like probably they're going to still be getting slapped and stuff, but they won't be getting slapped, online anymore, right? So who kids is next up to bat? Who else kids is going to convince? Yeah, and grandkids that he's going to convince.
Lay on the floor, face down.
Oh, that hurt him. I don't want to talk about that, but you can. But
he made that baby lay on the floor, face down.
Yep.
He made that baby stand up against the wall.
Yep. Salute and everything. Yes, ma'am.
He said that baby's gonna be my servant to my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why God didn't allow him to have but one at all time.
So everybody, oh yeah, okay. Y'all man, if y'all get y'all wish, remember, either way it flow. We don't know this man. We gotta still continue with our lives. But y'all caper for him, and whatever new kid goes there who wants to find spirituality. Because remember, if he win, more people gonna want to come because gonna be like, yeah, Jesus won, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. So now you're gonna convince more people. See how they lied on me? I've been prosecuted. You know, he gonna do that whole Jesus thing, right? And they couldn't hold me down. You see how we won the case, blah, 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 right? So he gonna do that whole act, and they're gonna be like, yeah. Remember these for people, these younger kids, 14, 15, 16, 17, right? They gonna probably can't wait till they turn 18 to go there if they choose to go, right? So can you imagine? I wonder who kids. Remember, he got social media. So we don't know. Pick any state, right? We don't know who they gonna recruit, right?
That's a scary ass thought.
And we already know
Judge,
Malaya and them aged out. So they're gonna be the groomers. They're gonna be the one preparing you for the feast.
pull his cash out records because he ain't pay taxes either. Pull it all. I don't care if he jaywalk. Pull that shit too.
But I'm definitely gonna come back with with Joy's that was phenomenal. And like I said, she had so much time to think, and people tried to come up there. And like I said, if anybody's dumb enough to want to come with a technology that like we don't know, it's pages for that. Take it over there out, and after this is over, you could come back and we could still be cool. I just don't want to hear it. But you got other pages. Hey, go over there and say, well, he can get off on this, he can get off on that. And y'all can go over there and be lawyers. And y'all can point out everything that y'all want to do to support him instead of, I can see they were speaking upon the whole entire case. That'll be different, right? But they're not. They're only concentrating on, well, she screwed. All of them came there. Did he not say you want to call a prostitute? But so was Aya. Like everybody came there. She said Nature Boy is a survivor. He's going to survive in jail. The question is how he's going to survive.
What would you do for a pack of noodles?
Nobody survives in his wardrobe wise. It's something daddy wear. These wives trying to keep, and then they got to go take their thing, right? So now what happens too? They have to fill the wives into everything that they say so they could counteract it, right? But it doesn't matter if they counteract it, because long as Kendra herself, God dang it, long as Sheba herself said, yeah, I did this, so it did, or what he said, they could say we fought. Okay, that would be y'all. Okay, so then, but these women said they did hit them. So if you hit them because you wanted to fight them, but she put herself in it, so now it makes it different.
Right.
Sheba put herself and said, this is what I did. So it doesn't matter if y'all say, well, he didn't tell us to beat them up. We did it on our own. Okay, that would be y'all. But Sheba said
point where you didn't. It was a point where he didn't have to say much because you knew what would happen, like a trained dog.
Now, when they show that video again, they have seen it already. When he said, "Get him, get him," how y'all going? Was that on your own, or did y'all run when he said, "Get him"? Right? Did they forget the video the day before? Right? They seen that video, right? They must have forgot they seen that video. So I'll wait. I know y'all listening, but we saw, right? We saw when he said, "Get him," and y'all ass went barefooted. Barefooted. They run and get Malaya ass, right? And then guess what? Nay put herself in that too. She said,
girls, go home. There are halfway. If you don't want to go home, there are halfway houses from women like you that have been through what you've been through. They will help you get on your feet. There's plenty. Run for your life. If he was a moral person, he would have supporters. He would have family that still got his back because they still alive. There's a reason why these people don't F with him. I'm on mute. Matter of fact, I'm gonna step down because I gotta go get Moosh.
No, I'm going
to
to close this out. And we're going to be back so everybody can go do what they have to do. Thank you, my sis. Thank you. You know how much I appreciate you. But just remind me when you talk to not drink nothing, right?
I'm going to send you some ginger ale fun.
Because she be making me spit my
I hate him. But I don't hate nobody. But him, ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Smile at my mugshot.
But I just want to say I love y'all so much.
And thank you,
really
Nay.
You.
And you got 2 days. You got 2 days to prepare.
I know, right? Maybe I can
with
sleep one of these days.
Go get your vest and stuff, right?
right.
You gonna have
shout out to everybody that's taking care of each other at the courthouse, because you know, even though we are not a toxic, but you know, we a family, a Black family. Let's put it like that. We still know what time it is and what we fighting against. So remember that for the other ones that be at the courthourse too. We've been in this together for a long time. We could bicker about BS after this. Put this nigga away.
Absolutely.
And
well said.
Now you may have to call some cousin, like, wait for me on the corner. Wait, you have to call some. It don't have to be blood related, but you might have to call some cousins, right? Listen, just in case, right?
Exactly.
And just what you be like. See them people in the tree right there. Go on the next tree. just in case, right?
Just in case.
As you say, it got real dysfunctional, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord.
All right, chat family. I love y'all.
And I'm gonna see y'all in about an hour. Again, thank you so much.
Okay.
For all the work, baby.
Okay. Hey, Shook, stay on for a second.
All right.
End it, but stay on.
Just call me.
Okay, we'll do.
All right, baby. Let me just play my little songy song. Because I can hold that. I got to go make a quick run. Here we go. Hey. How long?